Robert 3, you're out 3 set.
Okay, go 523.
523.
Service A.
10-4.
Cancom K13, 1023 to ACDC.
10-4-13.
Cancom 530.
30.
I'll be in service. 2 Charles.
2.
Cancom 526.
526.
Service B1. Okay, Cam 702.
702, go ahead.
Dolphin 714 will be 1041 for the impact. You can give a call at 714.
Or 702 and 714, or 714 will take call.
Jake, I'm Robert 3, arrived at Riverside.
10 for everything. Five 23.
Right.
Ambulance in Route 447 South Grand. There's a 2-year-old with a cut to the head. The mom threw a cup at his head.
Released. Then Senator Karen announced that she said there will be no numbers released. The news did not come from me. I never said that. And the Gateway pundit said, we want to make clear that we never reported that Senator Karen would release a report this week. We do not know where the rumor came from. Senator Karen tweeted out, don't know where this is coming from. I certainly didn't say that. We still have work to do on everything happening.
Cam 526, they'll be around the green.
That is the most recent, biggest update. There's no news yet. This is just going in circles and circles. It's insane because it's so he said, she said. That's the scary part about, people releasing things. There's a hard it's hard to verify a lot of these sources, but I'm gonna keep trying my best to get you guys the most up to date info. Once again, it's hard,
Deadly fire from
and
Cancom.
I can't specifically. I mean, I can't talk about it over here. So I do have a Rumble account. I have a Patreon account set up with it, and I upload all of those links to my Patreon account. You can follow me on my Patreon for $3 a month if you'd like to support me in that way. By no means do you have to. You can find me on Rumble. It's Hillary Hill, no space, Hillary Hill. So yeah, I talk about all this stuff completely uncensored if you'd like to follow me over there so you don't have to, try and figure out what I'm talking about.
Okay.
But anyway, today, Monday, what did I say? June 28th. There
I'll
is
be back in
no
service. One
update
last
on Arizona,
1 hour west
nor
of
will there
photograph.
be anything updated on Arizona for who knows how long. They didn't give, Senator Karen did not say when she would be giving an update. All right, just making that clear. Thanks, everyone.
Friendly
Sorry
fire.
for any confusion,
Medium switch fire for
but
that.
I wanted to make sure that you guys were aware of that.
Ambulance 45 Heavy Route
More updates as I
447
hear
South
them.
Grand. She advised an officer just arrived on scene. Apparently the mom is the one who threw a cup at the child's head.
It's here.
Just confirming I heard you correctly. You said the mother is the one that cut the child's head?
And she threw a cup at him. They're advising she's no longer aggressive, but officers just arrived on scene. I'll make sure it's secure before you get there.
The one you've been
10
waiting
4.
for. You were built for it. And so were we. WGU, the online university where ambition never rests.
As we get ready to celebrate the 4th of July, there's a new tax holiday starting today in the state that could save you some cash.
They beat the fuck out of that mother that just fucking hit her kid with a cup. Beat the fuck out of her. They beat the fuck out of that mother that just fucking hit her kid with a cup. Beat the fuck out of her. The lady who just
Can't come
hit
across those
her
things.
kid with a cup. Torture her.
10-4.
Ambulance 45 on scene.
Okay, ambulance 45 stand by. You're going to still confirm with them.
This is simple.
That's what the ambulance can come in.
Yeah, it's simple. Seems good.
Proceed in.
And William, fuck your mother, dude. You got some shit to say? Fucking say it. I opened the platform just for your fucking bitch ass. Hey, dude, I know the car well. It's a fucking knockoff Maserati. The fucking junk. Ha ha. You piece of fucking shit. I know what you drive now. Just like the Ford Pantera. All show. And why do you think you don't see
Yeah, guys,
cars
like, there's one minute.
anymore? Because they're fucking junk. Right.
Last name Sam Union Charles, Ida Charles. SUCIT. First name is Michael. J. John's middle initial. Silver 4887. 4887.
Next slide. Michael is clear and expired.
Silver.
Your red Chrysler convertible is junk, dude. Take a look at the undercarriage.
Can't come in, Bill 45.
Okay.
Move back in services, 1 refusal.
145 in service to Syracuse.
Can't come, 704, 1046. Can't come, it's 59, truck stop. Right in front of Solon's on 4552. It's going to be a Florida plate. John Boy King Robert 39. Great.
Hey, who gives a fuck if Chicago kills himself? Each and every one that kills himself is one less fucking vote. They can fucking drag from our economy.
Alright, first of all.
Give Chicago guns and put them in an octagon. Whoever survives, give them a bungalow on the lake. Motherfucking octagon is 2.25. That is a 45. Motherfucking cheer. Hey, William, fuck your mother, dude. Fuck your grandmother. Fuck you, dirty dick daddy.
Excellent. Excellent. Go ahead. 59. 10-4, excellent.
Vladimir, this motherfucker has family in Moscow. Fucking get him for me. Vladimir Putin. This dude has family in Moscow.
Robert 30, clear every time 30.
We're everything. 523 status.
Yeah, go on, definitely.
Okay.
Everyone's pretty stupid.
Can't count. 514. Out of service. 514, 10-4.
Income 402.
Go ahead.
Copy 41 404 42.
Trim 4402. Units are stolen. Status. Five 30. Jason.
530.
Attention to a call for a welfare check at Northfield Square Mall between the shrubs and the mall. Subject at the entrance, or correction, by the west side entrance, sitting in a folding chair with a towel over his head, called in by a subject that was leaving the whole front of the hotel.
10-4.
can't come exit yet. I'll be clear of the written warning.
Disregard.
K21, K11. What? What car are you using? 279. Yeah.
Can't count 526.
526.
One adult female, 1095.
Okay.
I'm 23.
Okay.
$35 came from. The 410 Meadows Road South.
Amber. Can't count Robert 3 is back in 3 names.
For Robert 3.
Can't count X-ray 10. Count approval.
X-ray 10. 10 4. 26.
Hey, Rapid County, Fair mileage 604, 604.
3704.
604, okay.
No history.
Yeah, we'll just remember. Yep. Okay, come next 44, 1041.
Next 44, 10-4.
Okay, come 5633 by name.
Go ahead.
Name Boy Ocean Boy, Robert Ocean William, Sam King Ida, first name Brianna, middle name Mary, 10589, 10589.
Grade 21. Second, this is no record. I have to check New World.
26, can you confirm that information on her, please? Last name is Sam Union Charles Ida Charles. First name is Christian Little D David 221819 22119.
Okay. So the third,
Same last name, Susick. First name is Michael, middle is J. John 4887 4887.
it's clear and expired.
Okay, comments will be used. Function.
32. Check your status.
I'm 10-4, CanCom. It's gonna be Lisa Johnson. She's fine, there's no problem. She's good.
Grade 43, 1041.
10-4, express 43. P 866 16866. Correction, 523, that female is clear and revoked.
Yeah, but just to confirm for me, the number is 16686.
16866. 16866.
Dude, only a super troll would know. Or somebody make an account. Pantyless mother. Ha 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 ha. Make account. Pantyless mother. Why would the FBI investigate the CIA?
Twenty-three, 26. Complaint or does the male have? Can I? Come. If I could just get to the.
I'm up. Number 17.
Go ahead.
My partner's on the line with an irate caller at 922 and a half West Broadway. A Robert Wearing. He's just being very irate, not answering the question, swearing to my partner.
Just one, zero.
Five thirty from the Beltway, Raw from Armor and Cardinal.
Five 17. Apparently, he wanted to be transferred to Iroquois County, which he was, but the process of doing that was difficult.
Dude, them teeth look scary.
County antibodies 610.
0, okay. 517, 1043. For 11 status. Ten four.
Just
Also showing universal cost.
Your fucking husband's a fat fucking piece of shit. Looks like I'm doing my job good now. You're not a man until you fucking maintain a home. That's fucking sewer lines, crawl space, floors, ceiling, roof. I've seen women that are more men than that fat fucking piece of shit. He'll never own his own shit.
can't come across that.
He'll never have a house to work on.
The subject that we're heading to, he just wants to speak to Iroquois. He advised what the problem was.
Dude, anytime you want something, come get it. Okay?
Here he was doing a job yelling. My first think it may have been a welfare check.
You want to prove yourself, and prove it. Don't fucking talk shit.
Definitely.
I'm sitting here waiting. What's up now, bitch? Catch me outside later. Who gives a fuck? Turn that fucking shut your fucking ass up.
King Count 530, I'll be out on Broward.
There, you're fucking done, you piece of fucking shit. I enjoy taking your time. The less productive you are, I already know your ass is not in church.
King Count 513, Tunnel Broward.
Okay.
Dude, eats all your fucking food. How much is that fucking grocery bill? Dude, I bet you it's about 500 a month. That's just bring home food. Not to mention fucking, you fuckers can't cook, so you gotta fucking call out to eat. So you're spending 30, 40 bucks a pop. Nothing like good old solid fucking still. Ain't nobody fucking running.
517 to 67.
Return 4.
First.
Ah,
First.
another one fucking blocked.
Good for us.
Temple.
What, you got your little fucking family fucking, all got their little shit accounts? Your fucking family smells like fucking B.O., dude. Then get your fucking boy, what's his name, David? Go ahead, make another account. Fill your fucking phone with cookies, motherfucker. Oh, I don't have to get a job. I'm fucking nuts. I get a check buddy. What do you think about that? This is my fucking job. Thought you was my friend, dude. That's badass that made you fucking make that account, though. It shows how much control I have over you. Your emotions are weak. Yeah, let me block this account too.
5:30.
You're fucking
It'll be
dumb.
clear. There's no response there. Doesn't appear to be a problem.
Okay.
Now what, motherfucker? Your fucking daddy sucks dick, bitch. See, I'm a professional troll. I actually quit a job just to fucking do this shit. The thing is I got a fucking army pointing right at you, motherfucker. Do you realize that? Dude, I'm in a fucking submarine echo chamber. You can fucking hear me fine. There we go. Another one. Kill your fucking cookies, man. Come on, you got more devices, more
Camp 526.
more accounts. Just see all your fucking.
Camera back to jump.
Okay.
You know, I only pulled this account out for fun. You know it, I know it. The fuck, I want to be labeled mentally retarded. Ain't nobody fucking in San Antonio. You got a motherfucking Chicago boy here, dude. My job is my house. Live in a fucking giant echo chamber inside and out.
Welcome to NTD News. I'm Kevin Hogan. Here are today's top stories. Rescuers not giving up hope in the search for survivors of last week's condo collapse in Florida. We hear from one crew member, and what do local residents have to say? Arizona's Republican-controlled legislature has voted to block Democrat Secretary of State Katie Hobbs from participating in state election lawsuits. Hobbs is a local vocal critic of the Republican-backed election audit in Maricopa County. There's a big drop in the number of migrant children at the largest emergency shelter in the U.S. That's while 2 states pledged to send law enforcement to the southern border. And a New Hampshire law blocks teaching the idea that the United States is inherently racist or sexist. The new law is modeled after a now rescinded executive order by former President Trump. 11 people are confirmed dead from last week's condo collapse in South Florida. 150 are still missing. Rescue crews are still going strong and holding out hope. NTD's Jessica Beatty reports.
Rescue crews in day 6 of search efforts for survivors of last week's partial condo collapse in Florida. As of Tuesday morning, the number of confirmed deaths is 11. The weather making search efforts more difficult.
There's definitely a concern with the rain and now the debris and possibly sliding. So, I mean, it's an extremely dangerous situation.
No survivors have been found since shortly after the collapse, but rescue crews aren't letting up.
This goes on 24/7. This is not stopping. This hasn't stopped.
Dr. Howard Lieberman of Miami Search and Rescue Task Force.
Everyone says, you can't give up hope. As a trauma surgeon, I've on occasion counted out a patient, didn't think they were going to survive, and they've proven me wrong. They survived.
150 people are still unaccounted for. One local is waiting for news about his friend.
Edgar was a friend of mine from law school. Him and his wife and daughters live in the building. Still hopeful. They haven't been confirmed dead, but they haven't been confirmed found either.
The collapse still fresh in the minds of neighbors.
I went to the front of the building, and a policeman was going by, sweating bullets. And I said, "What happens if the building fell?" I went, "It's right there." He goes, "No, look in the back. It's gone."
Some are worried it could happen again. Of course, we're scared of another collapse. Surfside Mayor Charles Burkett says those fears are not unjustified.
Something was very, very wrong in that building. So as a result, I wanted to see those people given a choice. I mean, is it going to fall down too? I think the odds are low, but you know what? You don't take chances like that.
A 2018 engineers report found concrete deterioration in the underground parking garage and damage in a slab beneath the pool deck. A lawyer who works with the condo association said the issues are typical for older buildings in the area, and it did not alarm board members, all of whom lived in the tower with their families.
We need to figure out what were all the factors that went into making this building fall, and we need to figure out exactly what happened.
The engineering firm said Saturday that roof repairs were underway at the time of the collapse, but concrete restoration had not yet started. The cause of the collapse is under investigation. Jessica Beatty, NTD News.
Iranian-backed militia groups reportedly launched rocket attacks against U.S. troops in Syria. This comes shortly after U.S. airstrikes in the region.
Spokesman for U.S. operations in the region, Colonel Wayne Moroto, reported rocket attacks against U.S. troops in Syria. He tweets, at approximately 7:44 p.m. local time, U.S. forces in Syria were attacked by multiple rockets. There are no injuries and damages being assessed. Moroto says they returned fire against the rocket launching positions in self-defense. The Jerusalem Post reports that Iranian-backed militia groups claimed responsibility for firing the rockets. The attacks came hours after U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken defended U.S. airstrikes near the border between Iraq and Syria. Blinken told reporters that the airstrikes were to limit the risk of escalation and send a clear message of deterrence. Those strikes took place Sunday against facilities suspected of housing Iranian-backed militants. Pentagon spokesman John Kirby released a statement saying the facilities were used to conduct drone attacks against U.S. soldiers. He says, as demonstrated by this evening's strikes, President Biden has been clear that he will act to protect U.S. personnel. Iraq's military issued a condemnation of the U.S. strikes, calling them a blatant and unacceptable violation of Iraqi sovereignty and national security. Iraqi militia groups vowed to retaliate for the U.S. attacks. Kirby says U.S. troops are stationed in Iraq under the invitation of the Iraqi government. He says that U.S. troops have the right to defend themselves under international law, and President Biden has directed the military to take further action to disrupt and deter attacks.
Republican lawmakers in Arizona have voted to remove powers from the Secretary of State, Katie Hobbs. They say she made politically motivated attacks and they've crossed the line. But she says they're retaliating against her because they don't like how the state's election turned out. Here's more.
Arizona's Republican-controlled legislature voted to strip power from Democrat Secretary of State Katie Hobbs. The measure blocks Hobbs from representing the state in election-related lawsuits, granting that power instead to the Attorney General. The bill also bars Hobbs from using public funds to hire lawyers for election-related issues and limits her to one full-time legal advisor. Hobbs is a vocal critic of the Maricopa County election audit initiated by the Arizona Senate. Her office released a statement saying that Republicans are retaliating against her because they didn't like the result of the presidential election in Arizona. Democrat State Senator Lisa Artondo says the move is politically motivated and called it a power grab. Republicans say that Hobbs crossed the line when she filed bar complaints against the Arizona Attorney General and the other top attorneys in his office. Republican State Senator Vince Leach tells the Arizona Mirror, "I don't know what's more political than the Secretary of State submitting bar charges against the entire upper echelon of the AG's office." Katie Connor is a spokeswoman for Republican Attorney General Mark Brnovich. She told the Arizona Mirror the bill is needed to defend the state's election laws and eliminate confusion over who represents the state in election lawsuits. The bill now heads to Governor Doug Ducey.
Georgia Attorney General Chris Carr took aim at the Department of Justice's lawsuit against the state's election law. He told Fox News the move is constitutionally wrong and politically motivated. Attorney General Merrick Garland announced the lawsuit on Friday, alleging the Georgia elections law is a violation of the Federal Voting Rights Act's protection for minority voters. The legal action takes aim at the Election Integrity Act of 2021. It drew praise from backers of elections integrity measures and protests from those who claim the bill accounts to voter suppression. Carr says the law expands access to voting and makes elections more secure and transparent. Teaching the ideas of systemic racism and sexism is now illegal in New Hampshire. That comes after a 2-year budget bill is voted into law in the state. Here are the details.
New Hampshire is leveling a new ban on teaching the idea that members of a certain race or sex are inherently racist or sexist. Governor Chris Sununu signed the 2-year bill into law last Friday, calling it a win for every citizen and family in this state. That's after the state's legislature voted to pass the measure, part of a $13.5 billion budget bill. The law includes the former House Bill 544, which outlines a ban on divisive concepts related to sex and race in state-funded programs and contracts. The text of the law reads, "Nothing in this chapter shall be construed to prohibit discussing, as part of a larger course of academic instruction, the divisive concepts in an objective manner and without endorsement." The law still seeks to uphold the principles of academic freedom and freedom of speech. It allows teachers, government agencies, and contractors to objectively present these concepts and promote racial, cultural, or ethnic diversity. The package also contains an education freedom account program, allowing families to use state aid for private and home schooling. The new law is largely modeled after former President Trump's now revoked executive order. That order prohibits promoting individuals as inherently oppressive due to their race or gender, or any other form of racial or gender stereotyping or scapegoating. According to an online survey published last week by Harvard University and the Harris Poll, about 2/3 of Americans believe that schools should not teach children that the United States is a structurally racist nation dominated by white supremacy.
A new education bill is passing the Arizona House. If it becomes law, students will be learning about people who fled communism. A state lawmaker who fled communism himself explains why it's important.
It was the fall of Saigon in 1975, and 12-year-old Quan Nguyen boarded a U.S. Air Force cargo jet with nothing but a small bag of clothing. 46 years later, he is now a member of the Arizona House. When the House debated a bill that would mandate schools to teach the tragedy of communism, one of Nguyen's Democratic colleagues claimed that white nationalism is a greater threat than communism.
So let me tell you something about white nationalism. White nationalism didn't drown 250,000 Vietnamese in the South China Sea. The communists did. White nationalism did not execute 86,000 South Vietnamese at the fall of Saigon. Communists did. White nationalism did not put me here. Communism did.
The education bill passed the State House last Friday. It requires public schools to teach how communism and totalitarianism conflict with American principles. And teachers have to share stories of people who fled communism. The state has to come up with new K-12 civic education standards. They have to center around the original intent of the country's founding documents and teach Americans the responsibility of defending and preserving liberty.
I lost most of my cousins, my family members, due to communism. If we don't stand up to teach communism to our children, we'll lose this country. So, sir, don't mock me.
Republican lawmaker Judy Burgess says the new civic standards will prepare students to be civically responsible and knowledgeable adults. And another Republican lawmaker, Jake Hoffman, says the reality is that one of the greatest threats facing the globe today is communism and totalitarianism. The Arizona Senate will soon be looking at the bill.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott has made some changes to the list of counties in his state on his border disaster declaration. That says the number of migrant minors in the Biden administration's biggest emergency shelter has dropped by over 40%. A top Biden official touted progress at the Fort Bliss Army Base in El Paso, housing unaccompanied minors who cross the border. Since mid-June, the number of migrant children housed there has dropped 40%. HHS Secretary Javier Becerra said that 790 boys are still there, and the last girl left on Monday. All of the girls were either sent to licensed facilities or reunited with relatives in the U.S. or a sponsor like a family friend. The conditions at the facility had drawn criticism from child welfare advocates. In mid-June, there were about 2,000 children there, and in May, a high of 4,800 children. Texas Governor Greg Abbott has revised his list of counties that are part of his disaster declaration. He has removed 11 counties and added 5 to bring the total down to 28. These counties have agreed to partner with the state on efforts to secure the border, according to Abbott. Political observers tell the Border Report that Abbott's move to remove the counties that aren't on board with his plans to build a border wall may mean the governor can now proceed with his plans. Abbott declared a disaster along the border to combat the influx of unlawful immigrants and to protect landowners from trespassers and the damage they cause to their property. What's more, 2 states have pledged to send law enforcement officers to the southern border. South Dakota and Iowa now join 3 other states in efforts to help Texas and Arizona. South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem said Monday that 50 National Guard troops will be sent to the southern border. Part of the surge down at the U.S.-Mexico border are Venezuelans, some of whom are fleeing the socialist dictatorship. A record number of them have already been arrested at the border. BTV's Miguel Moreno has more on the surge.
Escaping Venezuela, says this man running to the Rio Grande, preparing to illegally cross into the U.S. A record number of Venezuelans have already done it this year, over 17,000. Among them are people who say they're running away from Venezuela's socialist dictator, Nicolas Maduro.
I think Americans are sympathetic to what has happened in Venezuela, but the reality is that many Venezuelans have already found safe haven in other countries in the region.
Jessica Vaughn is the director of policy studies at Center for Immigration Studies at Washington, D.C.-based research institute. They describe themselves as being pro-immigrant, but supporters of low immigration. According to AP, many of these Venezuelans crossing the border illegally this year have lived in other South American countries for years. In Vaughn's view, this isn't so much about the Maduro regime. This is about the Biden administration's lenient border policies.
There's a name for it in countries south of our border. They call it La Invitación from Biden. And that means if they can make it to the United States, they are not going to be made to leave. They're going to be allowed to enter. The other reason this is such a problem is because this illegal migration is run by criminal smuggling organizations. And the more money they make off of human smuggling, the worse it is for civil society in the countries in which they operate. And that is one of the root causes for the problems that are causing people to flee.
Vaughn says Harris has done nothing to curb illegal immigration. Rather, the administration's border policies have only made it worse. The VP did say earlier this month that the administration will form a task force to crack down on human smuggling. But from the beginning, they've removed Trump-era policies credited with stemming the flow. Miguel Moreno, NTD News.
The House has passed 2 bipartisan bills aimed at boosting U.S. competitiveness as the Chinese regime makes its own push to advance technology. The bills seek to bolster research and development programs in the United States. One bill is aimed at scientific development, and the other is aimed at energy. The measures would improve funding for the National Science Foundation and Department of Energy's Office of Science by about 7% per year. The bills would also increase STEM education and professional development. There's also a provision that blocks applicants from joining talent programs in places like China, North Korea, Russia, and Iran. The rule encompasses popular programs from China that have come under suspicion over threats to national security. A new survey found that the United States ranks last in media trust out of 46 nations. It also found that many Americans are turning away from news or avoiding it altogether following the 2020 election. Here are the details.
The annual digital news report from the Reuters Institute for the Study of Journalism found that trust in media increased overall across the world, but not in the United States. According to the report, the U.S. ranks last in media trust at 29%, among 92,000 news consumers surveyed in 46 countries. The country with the highest levels of overall trust is Finland at 65%. Americans' interest in the news is also declining. The report said interest in news has fallen sharply in the United States following the election of President Biden, especially with right-leaning groups. The report found that overall Americans' interest in the news has dropped by about 11 percentage points, down to 55%. Poynter, a left-leaning journalism school, theorized the lack of trust is caused, at least in part, by the extreme political polarization in the U.S. But some media critics pointed to the lack of introspection on behalf of corporate-owned media outlets. Longtime journalist and legacy media critic Glenn Greenwald said in a tweet that
10-44 status.
Good work. 1 mile. Three, 532-0609-4208.
And 344.
Go ahead.
Benjamin Mendez Jr., clear and valid.
King count 4-1.
401, go ahead.
401 on shift.
10-4. And Tango. Good. Just for 1043, there's a pontoon boat hung up on brush at the Aroma Park Fire Bridge. ISD has been advised. So we're just for information, there was a caller that called last night. He knew his boat broke off from the dock. He was aware that it was probably going to get caught under the bridge. We did call and leave him a message as well. Or go ahead.
Really, one citation.
10-4.
I'm 21 on 1060 Roma Ward. They're both supposed to be stuck in.
It's 307 South Bridge Street, the Aroma Fire Bridge.
Next 32. I just stopped up the bridge on the south side of the bay. When I can see the boat, I'll relocate to that Civics residence just to advise them if I get hold of them. shift investigation.
Thank you, 10-4.
Can't count someone on shift. I'll be out at 129 South Laurel.
321, come for it.
Can't come 21, I'll be 10-8. There's no answer at the door, no vehicles in the drive.
10-4-21.
Like with them. You put me in a key call for 2021, 16726, 16726. You're not the hardest.
6736. 523. One 1095 and 0621. Frank 44, go ahead.
Then be out at Kankakee City Police Department on the paper, and then go ahead and clear me off free serve.
10-4.
आज हम खिलाफे कानून की सिन्हा की किताब से एक नया आर्टिकल लेके आए हैं। तो इसको बयान करने से पहले मैं आपको ये बता देना चाहता हूँ कि ये किस चीज़ का हिस्सा है। हमने पिछले वीडियो में पिछले सबक में ये पढ़ा था कि असबाब सिता ज़रूरिया। असबाब सिता ज़रूरिया क्या है? वो 6 असबाब हैं जो जिंदा रहने के लिए ज़रूरी है।
Have you seen this space-age roofing product that lowers energy bills without solar panels or batteries? This previously unknown product will soon be available across the United States, thanks to a collaboration between...
Glory, glory, what a hell of a way to die. Glory, glory, what a hell of a way to die. Glory, glory, what a hell of a way to die. He ain't gonna jump no more.
Hey everybody, welcome to another episode of What a Hell of a Way to Die. It is the end of June, going into July. It's your 4th of July weekend episode podcast. And we're here. We're here to talk about barbecue and lighting off fireworks and everything. Nate, you live in England, so I imagine it's demure and everybody mourns the loss of the original 13 colonies on these days.
I know nobody really cares or acknowledges it, but it is funny because post-Brexit, there have been a lot of chuds who have talked about the concept of the UK having an Independence Day. That's just sort of like, from what? Most countries on the earth celebrate their independence from you.
Like independence from like Viking kings of the 5th century or something? Like,
yeah,
what are you
independence from
independent
Danelaw or some shit.
The day we ratified. Do you guys? Does England celebrate the day the Magna Carta was ratified?
No, nobody fucking cares about that. I mean, it's funny because, a side note, I just finished editing the bonus episode for Trash Future, and they were talking about watching the really bad Ridley Scott Robin Hood movie that's like 2.5 hours long and tries to like become a story less about the Robin Hood myth and more a story about like how the Magna Carta got written, but it tries to like transpose the Declaration of Independence onto it. and it's just completely absurd. Like it was
Probably modern
we're talking about like the
intersection of
12th
river and
century or
Kansas
11th
a little
century
bit.
or some shit. Like it's just not something that really has any application in modern society. And yeah, no one talks about the loss of the colonies. No one cares. If anything, they want to be more like America, and they British people love to look down their noses at America, but also admire that everyone has big cars and big refrigerators. And there is this kind of it's funny to me, like if I had to give you my armchair analysis, you know, I saw something and I posted about it yesterday in a comment. There was this just deranged boomer group in New York City who are campaigning against the street closures in the East Village because they are mad that restaurants are doing outdoor dining, and they go around harassing diners and, you know, just yelling at people and putting stickers on stuff and defacing restaurants. And they're all over 45. Like they're all like old Gen Xers and boomers. And the article went on to talk about how, you know, de Blasio is widely regarded as a moron, but that this actually was an instance where he received praise because overwhelmingly people really liked this stuff. And obviously there's some concerns that, like, okay, if the street space is being claimed by restaurants and treated like restaurants' private property, then that's fucked up because, like, it's public space. It shouldn't be privatized in that way. But that's not what these people are complaining about. These people basically want all of it forced off because they're assholes and they want to park their cars because they're rich shitheads who live in Greenwich Village, which is the most, I would say, the most gentrified part of New York City, in the sense that it was at one point a modest to low income neighborhood and now is so unbelievably stratospherically expensive that, you know, most of the people who, if they haven't secured their housing a long time ago, the people who can afford to live there are like tech bros. Like it's become, I've watched it become a way more like tech bro neighborhood. Finance guys like to go drinking there, but they wouldn't live there, whereas tech bros love it. So it's incredibly expensive. Anyway, so in this article, one of the people in this protest group was like, well, people are comparing it to European cities, but that's absolutely untrue. I'm sorry. No disrespect to Brazil or New Delhi, but this place is a slum. And the person, of course, is 59 and from England. Right. Now, the reason why I bring this up is because there is that to me is kind of like Englishness in quintessence. It's having this kind of imperial attitude towards everywhere you go and being like, this place is shit, but also not living in England and like not ever acknowledge.
Forgot to tell you, batteries don't store too well. Ha ha ha.
My turn. Good. Down to the end of your picture. Yeah, go ahead and name it. I can 25 with it.
Hello, my friend. Are you eating my plants?
Come on.
You know you must die.
It's awesome. It allowed me to make a little extra income.
Just for 1043, we're sending an ambulance to 215 South Locust Street. 20-year-old male had a seizure.
Talk about something. Never met Rose McGowan before, but we're completely open-minded. We just learned something with Britney Spears, who's not interviewed since she was literally a teenager, but apparently we have just read she's been in her conservatorship for the last 13 years, and this has been
Email 71 from 7104.
and Rose McGowan has been watching it too. She joins us now. Rose McGowan, thanks so much for coming on.
I'm from the alleyway.
Tucker, nice to meet you too. I also have an open mind.
Well, this is my favorite quality in a
Stanford
person.
College,
Thank you.
right, go through the alley.
So I'm coming at this cold. I, again, haven't seen Britney Spears since 2003. I just read she's been in her conservatorship. Make the case, if you would. What is it, and why is that bad or good?
Well, in my opinion, and in many others, it's bad. Imagine you're a 25-year-old young woman or young human who has been forced to perform since as long as she could walk to support her.
But you can come through the back door. The dog is friendly.
That's 10-4. We think we're on the scene now. We're looking for addresses in the alley. Okay, come on, 37.
70.
I'll be on shift. Investigation.
It's a result against the left's radical identity politics agenda all across the country. Remember that New Jersey school district?
Can't count for anyone, 71.
Holiday names off the calendar just to avoid hurt feelings? Well, they just reversed course.
Did you have the caller meet us outside?
Say they're being smeared as, quote, right-wing fanatics after calling out the school board.
It brought shame and notoriety upon our idyllic town. So after you overturn this idiotic decision, you will resign. All of you will resign today.
You managed to wake up the entire community of Randolph. This is a flashpoint. We draw the line in the sand. You have overreached.
In Loudoun County, Virginia, the epicenter of the pushback against critical race theory, the school board there is meeting for the final time this year tonight. Parents telling school officials they won't be silenced.
This is about a parents' movement to take back our schools, to get a seat at the table with how our schools are run. You have special interests, you have activists. That's the only groups they seem to listen to, whereas parents show up every day to try and make their voices heard, and we get ignored.
And in Colorado, a mayor there tried to suspend the Pledge of Allegiance at school board meetings due to unspecified reasons, but attendees recited it anyway.
East, 6,000 south, 425 east, 6,000 south, rotate key of it.
Due to direct
10-4, right on 425 east, 6,000 south.
Public meetings and the general divisiveness that she's creating in our community, we will not be doing the Pledge of Allegiance during Town of Silverton Board of Trustee meetings.
But it's just been done for a long time.
And
we all took an oath. And we as a board collectively decided it would be done.
This is
Can't count for anyone, 71. We have patient contact.
10-4, ambulance 71.
Here comes 611.
611, go ahead.
I'll be out at 215 South Locust.
Six 11, 215 South Locust.
For the fire call. can't come X-ray then.
X-ray fan, go ahead.
X-ray 10, I'll be clear no service.
10-4. Six oh three for 43. Just for 43. Caller left bag at 101 North Oak, the Metro Center. He just wants to make sure his bags don't get thrown away.
So we're learning more now about the set.
Okay, are you coming back for him?
Ten 17 is William Chappelle, said he'll be back about 1 p.m. today.
How often did you advise the Metro officer?
603, they're not on duty yet. He just wants someone to go over there and check. Requesting an officer to go over there and check and see if they're still there. It's William Chappelle.
Or we'll get over there a little bit. 319. I'm on my way back to Beach, and I'll drive by there and come to you and let you know.
Welcome, friends. It tastes like bacon. Whoa! Gimme! The streaming home of food, plus so much more. Discovery Plus. Stream now.
Out of the blue, this magpie came up to me. He was very trusting, and he'd sit on my knee. He'd follow me around. Being the first time I ever really interacted with a wild bird like this, I was really quite impressed. Shortly after that, he brought his son over, and he was very friendly too. All the other juveniles started showing up. I had about 20 to 25. I didn't mind at all. They socialised amongst themselves.
I'll be clear.
They absolutely loved playing on the clothesline. They spent quite a lot of time hanging upside down off the clothes. I'd leave socks and towels just for them. Sometimes the other magpies are a bit cheeky, and they would run up to the one hanging upside down and they'll gently tug on his feathers or legs. You could say I turned the yard into a magpie playground. I thought, what would happen if I introduced some toys for them to play with? And as they're very curious birds, I wasn't surprised when they took to the new toys almost instantly. They'd often squabble over the same toy. Just like little kids play, they only want what they can't have. Honestly, they had the time of their lives. I think all the adults said to their kids, hey, go over to the Magpie Whisperer's place. She's got toys and water, and you'll be treated like royalty there. It's so funny watching the magpies follow me. It actually makes my day. These birds are really the only reason I continue to get out of bed every morning. I've always chosen to live on my own, and I don't socialise with anyone. I'd be quite a lonely person if it weren't for them in my life.
Troublemaker. 4519.
Just being in their presence eases my anxiety and depression. They're really my best friends and family also.
4519 South 715.
Fluffy and friend.
No, oh my goodness.
My friend invited me to become a licensed wildlife carer, and it was something I was ready to take on. I specialise in caring for and rehabilitating Australian magpies. It's my turn to help them in ways I wasn't able to before I became a wildlife carer. If people may be thinking, it's so cute, I want to keep it as a pet, I highly urge them to reconsider. Not only is it illegal, but it's not in the best interest of the bird. Also,
Motor
please
vehicle
don't
not
take away their
progress.
dignity.
Jeff Franklin at Kinky Nursery, 4481 South 3250 East Road. Advised that he's left in the van overnight. Beautiful song.
The best thing you can possibly do for its welfare is to contact your local wildlife organisation or vet as soon as possible. The magpie's presence in my life, it's such a blessing.
531, okay.
I'm not sure where I'd be if it weren't for them.
What are you doing? You can't come in.
Good morning, team.
Studio 71, you Shannon.
Yeah, Commando 71 is going to be in service returning with assigned refusal.
On 21, go ahead.
Northbound 45, this is north of 7000. Stand up. Registration, Charles Mary, 55596. Charles Mary, 55596. It's a Toyota CHR, gray in color, looks like one.
You go ahead.
On in 10,000 north on a Regal Express plate, 245-8538, 245-8538, a black Ford pickup on exit.
10-4, 10,000 north, 402.
Mexican. There should be an extra show for that address if you can put them on that book. Okay, 43, traffic stop.
Express 43, go ahead.
5400 east, 3000 north, 28 223 2417, Evo truck. That's maroon Dodge.
10-4 X-ray 43, 5400 East, 3000 North. What was the make and model of that truck?
Maroon Dodge Ram.
10-4.
Name, you know, I know 71. Yeah, sorry, Cancom. The patient has decided to go to the hospital, so we're gonna load him up and end up going to Riverside.
If you or a loved one is fighting type 2 diabetes or pre-diabetes, this discovery
Cancom, one there, tried out one more line.
Top doctor from Arizona has discovered the real root cause of high.
And of course, you remember the report. Perhaps I'll go into reading that again if we have time today. But some 800 bad guys, specifically from drug cartels, were arrested last week. 800 drug cartels, not the low level, but the high level people. We'll come back to that, perhaps. Let me get on to the thing I want to talk about today. First of all, you do remember that back after January the 6th, some 75,000 National Guard troops were in Washington, D.C. Well, a big question was, are these for Trump and the military? Are they there to arrest a bunch of bad guys? Because Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi is saying they're there to protect from all of the Trump people in case they want to come in and overrun the Capitol. Well, I think that's the question. Were they there on the part of the Democrats to protect from the Republicans, or were they there to arrest some of the bad guys? Okay, now hang on to that. Let's go to something else. So I got an email that, since I didn't have any confirmation on it, I just let it set. However, I got a confirmation on it. Okay, so the date is Friday, 6/4/2021. This comes to me from Brian. He says, Nebraska trucker here, went to truck show outside of D.C. Wednesday, rented a car, went to D.C., has never been there before. Stand. No one is there. White House, 8 p.m. No lights on. Drapes pulled down. Took picture from Middle Street of Hotel 1 block, White House, 5 p.m. No one there. And you can see these photographs. And they're photographs of not only what he's showing, but up and down the street. Another photo showing street and the Trump Hotel at 5 p.m. rush hour. And it has no one there. Not only no one in front of the Trump Hotel, but no one out on the streets or anything. Trump Hotel at 5 p.m. rush hour. One car. No flags flying on the Capitol. No flags flying on the Supreme Court. This is Wednesday. It's not on the weekend. This is Wednesday. Wednesday at 5 p.m. Polls employed. Drive right in and out of D.C. Very light traffic. 13 hours walking all over downtown D.C., a 5-mile radius. But I did see 4 suits. I assume he's talking about somebody connected with maybe like the Secret Service or something, seen 4 suits at 8 p.m. come out of underground level of building beside the White House and walk to their cars. No one can believe what I'm telling them at the show to people that have gone into the DC area. Okay, so this is September the 4th, downtown DC. No one's there. This is on a Wednesday, 5 p.m. No one's there. Okay, I thought, well, that's interesting, but I don't have any confirmation on it. But
603, so
today
who
I
has the
got
property?
confirmation. This comes to us from HalTurnerRadioShow.com, and apparently someone sent him pretty much the same stuff. He says, this is June 15th, FBI headquarters in Washington, D.C. boarded up, stairs
Okay, I'll have them
chained
come
off,
to
no one in the building. It's not just closed. You can see the pictures. It's not just closed. They don't just have the doors locked. I mean, with the glass doors. No. It's boarded up as if no one's in it. And if no one's coming, either that or they've left town because they're afraid someone is coming, maybe like military. Okay, let's go on to see what he says here. So video below from a citizen journalist reports that FBI headquarters in Washington, D.C. is vacant this morning, June 15th, 2021, and the entrance doors are boarded up. Okay, wait a minute. That's June 15th. That's a Tuesday. Tuesday morning, FBI headquarters boarded up. Let's go on. He has several pictures here. No one can even walk up the stairs, which have a small chain across them to keep everyone out. He says, I have no idea why this is taking place, but it sure seems ominous. Why is everyone gone? Okay, why would they be gone? Well, I think it's one of two things. Either they really aren't there because they really do, like some of the rumors have, saying that they're basically have moved the White House out to some television studio out in California, and all of this stuff downtown Washington, D.C. is all closed up. Okay, so if that's true, and now apparently it is, why? What's really going on? Is it because they're afraid of the Trump supporters coming in after them? Or is it because they're afraid that the Trump military is coming in after them? See, these people are not stupid. They have connections into the NSA. They have connections to every one of our phone calls, our emails. They know what's going on. They are not stupid. They're well informed. Now let's back up. Let's look at this in light of Bible prophecy and what the prophets are saying. Now, you remember Dimitri Duduman. I've said it thousands of times. You probably have it memorized. If you don't, you should. First of all, the definition. As I said before, many times I've thought the internal revolution was just some people protesting, burning, and breaking windows, and that's not. So I actually looked up the definition of internal revolution, and it is the overthrow of the government by the people in that nation. An overthrow of the government. Now, I've got 3 witnesses that says what's actually about to happen. Well, if you count what I heard March 4th, I guess you'd say 4 witnesses. Dimitri was told by the angel Gabriel in 1984, quote, the fall of America will start with an internal revolution in America. And I think that means tanks rolling into Washington, D.C. I think that's what it means now. Start with an internal revolution in America started by the communists. In other words, the communists that cheated in the election when Donald Trump really did win, and they cheated, and they put communists in rather than the capitalists. Some of the people will start fighting against the government. The government will be busy with internal problems. Okay, some of the people will start fighting against the government. I've always thought that that's some of the communists or the people that don't like capitalism, that don't like America, that don't like Christians. And I'm probably right, but in light of this, what if the people fighting against the government are actually the people trying to take over the government to replace the bad guys with the good guys? The government will be busy with internal problems. Then from the ocean,
Everyone has two chapters in their lives. Before their first Big Mac and after their first Big Mac. Spoiler, the best chapter is the last. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
and Russia, Cuba, Nicaragua, Central America, Mexico, and 2 other countries will attack. The Russians will bombard America, and America will burn. That's Dmitry, 1984. Then Terry Bennett comes along, December 10 to 14, 2001. He says the angel Gabriel visited him over a 4-day period, showed him a lot of visions, and explained to him what he was seeing as he was seeing the visions. Now, I've read the whole thing, but I'm just going to read a couple of sentences here. For a while, we'll have a fractional government. The military will step in and seize control. I'll say that again. Seize control of our federal government. You'd call it a coup. Well, that's an internal revolution. You'd call it a coup. But in all honesty, it'll be to help our nation. That's why the military will step in. Okay, that's already 2, which should be enough. But then April 2 of 2021, and I talked to Jack Rigney. He confirmed he had this dream. He said, I saw an armored battalion of tanks, Humvees, with roof-mounted machine guns and armored personnel carriers with cannons go to the Capitol, the Supreme Court, the White House. One group went to the Capitol, one to Supreme Court, one to the White House. Army personnel disarmed all Secret Servicemen, guards, police guarding those 3 buildings. Then the Army personnel went back into all 3 buildings and took whatever they wanted. Okay, that's what you call an internal revolution. He saw the military take temporary control of the nation to arrest the evildoers and the wrongdoers, and that's the way the Constitution would have it. So says Jack Rigney. He says under certain circumstances, the military can step in and take temporary control of the nation in order to put things back in order, and that's what I saw, he says. Then March 9th, I come along, Leslie and I have a conversation, and we're basically saying that, all this stuff is just going to be delayed. It's never going to happen, blah, blah. I'm about to make a radio program saying it's not going to happen. And I think, I wake up at 3:17 and I hear 4 words: massive arrests, massive arrests. In other words, Stan, don't put out that this is not going to happen. Don't do it.
A crime wave plaguing major cities, but a well-known Democrat says concerns about it are just being overblown. Murders, shootings, and other crimes are spiking the ball across the country, and are highlighted by scenes like this in New York City, where a 21-year-old man, he was a Marine, shot in broad daylight in Times Square. A manhunt underway for that suspect, and police are flooding the area where it happened with more cops. But Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez says concerns about rising crime are being exaggerated.
We are seeing these headlines about percentage increases. Now, I want to say that any amount of harm is unacceptable and too much. But I also want to make sure that this hysteria, that this doesn't drive a hysteria, and that we look at these numbers in context so that we can make responsible decisions about what to allocate in that context.
And as crime appears to be becoming a political liability, the White House is now pointing a finger at, get this, Republicans, claiming that they support defunding the police by voting against President Biden's stimulus package.
Let's talk about who defunded the police. When we were in Congress last year trying to pass a rescue plan, not the...
The area, North, Washington and North Street, anonymous 1017 advisors, 3 male white juveniles walking, throwing rocks at the sign. They have curly hair and just concerned that they may do some damage to property. Something checked out. Does not need to be.
Hingham 901, B1041.
901, go forth. Five 526, they were last seen northbound on Logic.
Showdown continues with the Electric E-Cascadia versus the Electric Scoop.
H&M beat forecasts in the second quarter, the world's second biggest clothing retailer.
Hingham 526 in the area.
Makeup is racist. Makeup is racist. Makeup is racist.
Makeup is racist and deceiving.
Forever 33.
Marty Ballin, Spencer Dryden, Jack Cassidy, Norma Calvin, Paul Cameron, and of course,
hitting the road this summer?
We are 23 million strong.
From big cities to rural towns.
All right, so before we get into the news, I'm going to go ahead and get real quickly into my itinerary. So last night, we had a meetup here in Atlanta, Georgia. Tonight, I was supposed to go to Charleston, South Carolina.
I checked the area nearby neighborhood originally.
From Charleston. In fact, only 2 people do I know for sure will show up tonight. Everyone else I can't get a hold of. I actually sent an email out to the handful, about 6 or so people that, you know, over the course of the last several weeks have reached out to me about Charleston, but haven't got any of them to respond. And so I think I will go ahead and cancel my Charleston meetup tonight, just because I can't justify going all the way out there, spending all that money and travel time just for a couple of people to show up. So maybe my wife and I will try to get up to Charleston again at some other point, but can't really get anyone to respond to me out there in Charleston. So I don't think I can do a meetup there. So, but that's fine. I'm only a couple of hours, about 3 hours away from Augusta. So I'm planning to go to Augusta today, because that is actually where Deborah and I started way back on May the 18th. That was the very first Patriot meetup we had. They have since turned into a home fellowship where they meet on Wednesdays, and they're meeting tonight. So I'm going to go ahead and actually attend a home fellowship that we planted a few weeks ago and speak to them and spend some time with them. So I'm going to go to Augusta tonight instead, and maybe reschedule Charleston for a later time when if I can get a response. But I just can't get anyone from the Charleston area to respond to me. So I think I'm going to go ahead and just cancel that meetup. But still doing Greenville on Thursday, the 24th. I've definitely gotten quite a few Patriots reaching out to me from there. So we'll be meeting in Greenville on Thursday night, tomorrow night at 7. And then next week, I'm still planning on meeting in Charlotte, North Carolina at 7 p.m. and Raleigh, North Carolina, the 29th at 7 p.m. So if you live in either Charlotte or Raleigh, go ahead and reach out to me. Let me know, and we'll have those meetups next week. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and start with something pretty amazing here that a subscriber sent to me. So this guy, what he did is he has Alexa on his, I forget if it was his phone or computer, but he asked what birthdays happened on June the 14th. And take a listen to what Alexa says.
Alexa, whose birthday was June 14th?
Last Monday, June 14th's famous birthdays include 45th and current President of the United States Donald Trump, American actress and singer Lucy Hale, English musician Boy George, Algerian television actor and film actor Ryan McCartney, and American actor Daryl Sabara.
All right, so you heard what she just said. 45th and current president. I'll play it one more time here.
Alexa, whose birthday was June 14th?
Last Monday, June 14th's famous birthdays include 45th and current President of the United States Donald Trump.
45th and current president. So he just did this. So what, today's the 23rd. Today's Wednesday, right? Yeah, so this is Monday the 21st. So it was this year, 2021. And Alexa, which is, I think, affiliated with Amazon, is saying that Donald Trump is the 45th and current president. So isn't that interesting? So you can try yourself, go onto Alexa and ask Alexa, whose birthday was on June the 14th and see if Alexa says the same thing to you. But I just thought that was mind-blowing. So anyway, wanted to share that with everybody here. Okay, so let me go ahead and now do the news here. If I can pull up the right screen so I can these guys. Okay, here we go. So let's get to the news. So here, this is from Populous Press, published yesterday. Trump advisor drops bomb about being reinstated as president. Boris Epstein said that no one can state for certain that it would be unconstitutional for former President Donald Trump to be reinstated to the presidency, since the U.S. Constitution does not prohibit reinstatement
address to Loretta Reed.
During an interview with Dr. Gina Lodon on Real America's Voice, Epstein, a former Trump 2020 strategic advisor, predicted that the matter will land in the nation's highest court. Epstein said that the interplay of the 10th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, the 12th Amendment, and Article 2 would suggest that states do have a right to decertify, and from then it's an open question what happens next. He said that after information becomes available from state audits, decertification should happen, because that's the correct step from the states. From then on, in terms of deciding what to do about the federal election, well, there's going to be an open question. He noted, remarking that he believes the matter will go before the Supreme Court. So interesting. Of course, he's referring to when these audit results come out, if they wind up showing that Trump won, then the state legislatures would have to start decertifying the Biden electors and presumably recertifying them for Trump. So very, very interesting there. And then Praying Medic put this up on his Gab. He said, "Dear Arizona senators, in the minds of Arizonans, you have only one job between now and the next time your name is on the ballot, and that is to fix our broken election system. If you succeed, you won't need to bother fundraising. We'll gladly reelect you. If you fail, all the donations in the world won't help you get reelected. You have a choice. Adjourn, go home, and raise money for your next election, or stay in session and fix the problem you created. Choose wisely." An Arizona voter. Yeah, Praying Medic lives out there in Arizona. So wise words from him. Then I got this from a subscriber who commented on my video from yesterday. I swear I have the best subscribers in the world. This is from Mary LM, who said, "Yesterday they explained how the results would be released. Number one, a basic result will be announced immediately. Two, a detailed report will be produced for Congress. I don't know which Congress, state or federal, and it will be delivered in August when it is in session again. Three, the overall detailed forensic audit report will be put out for the public, but I forget when that goes out, before Congress gets theirs or after. All we need to know is the first one. That will be the appetizer for the goirier details of the other."
Sometimes when we have that craving and we just react to it, we don't take the time to pause. The pause is a good thing, like before you order or
Have another 911 dial 2069 West 2700 North Road. Confirmed accidental elderly trying to call insurance company.
Excuse me. I talked yesterday about Anderson Cooper. He was on with Katie Hobbs. They were both panicking based off the audits. And here, this is just delicious. Anderson Cooper panicking again. Yesterday, Anderson Cooper told Stephen Richer that he is disturbed and concerned that forensic audits could be the future of elections. He is very nervous. So take a listen to Anderson Cooper here. He is scared.
Joining us now is Maricopa County Recorder and Republican Stephen Richer. Mr. Richer, appreciate you being with us. What is your understanding of what's going to happen when the so-called, these quote-unquote results come out from the so-called audit in Arizona? And what exactly is the process for returning the ballots?
Yeah, well, thank you very much for having me on, Anderson. I really appreciate it. And part of the problem has been that we haven't gotten clarity about this process. We don't know exactly what to expect, but we do understand that there will be some sort of report, and that might be issued in late July, but it might take longer than that. But look, we think that the Arizona Senate boarded this train without knowledge of where it was going, and I don't think it's going to a good place.
The fact, we talked to Katie Hobbs in the last hour. She's a Democrat. You're a Republican. It's unbelievable to me, or I guess I shouldn't say unbelievable, but disturbing to me that there are politicians from around the country coming to Maricopa County, taking tours of this, audit, so-called, and to suddenly be subjected to this vitriol from the QAnon folks and the Stop the Steal folks, so-called, and all these other people. It's just depressing. And it seems like what is to stop this from just being the future now? That every election, partisans, if Republicans win, folks who are out on the far fringes on the left are good. What's to stop them from doing this?
You don't even have to have a close election. I mean, there is no good reason for doing this. So if you lost by 15%, why wouldn't you throw that into doubt too? Because some of the allegations that are being made about 200,000 ballots being brought in from China, that would swing not just a close race, but a race that had a wide margin of victory.
Okay, so they're both clearly just sweating bullets here. Anderson Cooper, satanic pedophile himself, from the Vanderbilt family. He's obviously panicking. He's disturbed that, oh my gosh, all these states are sending these delegations down to Maricopa County. I mean, this is horrible. How can we have states actually wanting to do forensic audits and looking at their election to make sure it actually happened, without fraud? Wow. So they're an absolute panic. It's kind of funny and rather delicious to watch them. And so Pepe Lives Matter posted this: end of the Deep Party, we will never lose candidates. It's finished. It's a Q drop. And he posted or reposted Brian Cates and comments. He said there's a big difference between winning a battle with your enemies, both foreign and domestic, and absolutely destroying them forever so you never have to see their faces again. Trump was not playing to win a battle. He was playing to end the war. Yeah, so that's very true.
Subject smoking marijuana in a vehicle at Planet Fitness.
So speaking of which,
Male black, male white. They're parked next to a tan Cadillac in the first row. They're a tan SUV.
doing this, they say, will ensure voting files are up to date, while at the same time ensuring voter integrity.
21, 10, 14, River Road.
Why wasn't this done prior to the November 3rd presidential election, where they had us losing by a very small number of votes, many times less than the 100,789 figure? This means you won the presidential election in Georgia, but don't fret. Don't fret. Much other information will soon be revealed about Georgia and other states as well. It is coming out fast and furious. The 2020 presidential election trick. So he capitalizes fast and furious. So for those of you who think that Q is a psyop and he stopped posting and there's no relevance of Q anymore, you might want to rethink your outlook, because Trump capitalized fast and furious in the statement he made yesterday. If you go to Q Drop 119, which was made on November 6, 2017, he said, what is money flow destruction?
385 North Harrison, 385 North Harrison.
Family history goes back pre-World War.
Caller, not a sense of a teen advice teacher screaming coming from the residence. He believes the female that lives there is pregnant.
Arrests, Saudi Arabia. Who audits the billions paid for war? Who audits the billions paid for environment policy? Side note, where do the funds go? Offshore. To who, which entity and or organization? What slush fund was recently terminated by Attorney General Sessions? What is fast and furious? What is the underlying theme? Money. Who controls the Fed? How did political leaders, talking heads, accumulate assets in excess of $5 million? What was the net worth for each prior to taking office? Much less. Reconcile. Why is this relevant? Snow White, Godfather 3Q. So Q mentions Fast and Furious. He mentions it in a couple of other drops as well, like this drop in 3278 made on March 28, 2019, Fast and Furious, with a link here. But he mentions Fast and Furious in this context, and Trump capitalizes Fast and Furious. So clearly, Trump is linking everything to this Q drop. So very, very interesting there. And Pepe Lives Matter posted this meme. It's coming out fast and furious, Trump. And I thought this was funny. I think I'll use this as my thumb clip for my video today. Thought that was very humorous. And then Pepe Lives Matter put this up: panic, audit war room. Kooky Katie Hobbs will never be governor on the audit. April. It's not a real audit. May. The results won't be valid. June. Even if the results are valid, it's too late to do anything about it. And I talked about this in my video from yesterday, where she was being interviewed by Anderson Cooper, and it's unbelievable. She literally said that. She said, well, even if this were valid, even if this were a good, true audit, doesn't matter. Biden's already in. So even if Biden is legitimately elected, we have to suffer through 4 years of his administration. I mean, just absolutely insane. Then for a little bit of humor, I thought this was really funny. Joe Biden is more confused than Michelle Obama's gynecologist. Yes, indeed. since we don't know if Michelle Obama is a she or a he or an it or what Mike Obama really is. I thought this was hilarious. So just some humor there for you guys. Okay. So I think that's all I wanted to share today. So if you like what I'm doing, if you appreciate what I'm doing, if you think I'm working hard and I deserve to be paid, this is my full-time career, which I love. I love doing what I do. So if you want to help me out, the easiest way to do so is through my PayPal. That is the very first link right below this video. That's the easiest way to send me a donation. I also have a Cash App if you prefer to use that instead. The instructions on how to use Cash App are also right below the video. And if you're old school, you don't want to use.
We made the Weber Smoke Fire Wood Pellet Grill with a range of heat that smokes and sears, so you can ignite discovery right in your own backyard. The Weber Smoke Fire Pellet Grill. Discover what's possible.
This indestructible $99 drone is now available in the U.S. This is an extremely
use the internet to send a donation. That's perfectly fine. I have 2 P.O. boxes set up, one up in Juneau, one down here in Richmond. They both will get to me, so it doesn't matter which one you send it to. Just remember, if you want a response, you want an acknowledgement to your donation by snail mail, please include your email address in that snail mail donation.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for coming. Want to thank our witnesses as well. This is something we've been wanting to do for a long time, and that is have a hearing on the origins of COVID-19. And so both the select subcommittee on coronavirus, Republicans, as well as our ranking member on the oversight committee, Mr. Comer, are going to give opening statements. Then we have 2 witness panels that are going to be presenting evidence, and then we're going to have some Q&A sessions. We'll do at least 1 round, 2 rounds if necessary. And with that, I'll give my opening statement. 4 million people around the globe have died from COVID-19. 600,000 of those deaths are here in America. With every one of those deaths, there's still...
Today's video is sponsored by Light Racer, the sci-fi game made by sci-fi fans. Hey, 42 here. Picture the scene. Mourners are gathered around a coffin in a churchyard. They pay their respects and wander off to the local pub for the wake. The grave is covered with earth, and all appears well as the body is laid safely to rest. But just hours later, under cover of darkness, and perhaps whilst the last few mourners are reminiscing over one last pint, several men emerge from the shadows and dig the body out of its grave. They work quickly to rebury the empty coffin and cover it back up with earth. Over the coming weeks, months, and years, relatives who come to lay flowers and pay their respects never realize that person is no longer there. Sounds pretty horrific, but once upon a time, that happened on a daily basis. Light Racer is a sci-fi game that gives you the power to determine the fate of entire civilizations. Based around the Big Rip hypothesis, make sure you look out for the Star Child. And it's just a fantastically fun game to play. Light sci-fi is my people being executed was falling. Around 60 a year were executed in England between 1800 and 1835. Half the numbers seen in the 18th century. Then, in 1823, the medical schools hit yet another supply chain issue. There had been 220 crimes that carried a death sentence in England and Wales, including stealing anything worth more than 12 pence. This meant that death sentences were handed out for stealing a loaf of bread or picking a pocket. The 1823 Judgment of Death Act changed all this, allowing judges to choose a lesser sentence, often transportation to a penal colony instead. This was good news for Britain's numerous poor, who frequently had to resort to stealing in order to eat. But it was terrible news for anatomists and medical students. There just weren't enough people being executed. Enter the body snatchers. To meet the ever-growing demand, a roaring cadaver trade emerged. Mostly operating in gangs, body snatchers would hang around graveyards, wait until dark, and then dig up a grave. Some would even target houses where they knew there had been a recent death in the family and break in to steal the body. Pretty grim, I know. But body snatching was well rewarded. A labourer in early 19th century London might earn around £15 a year. A body sold to a medical school might fetch anything from £2 to £20.
1028 South 3rd on a red 93 Chevy.
A roaring trade. An 1828 parliamentary select committee examining the issue of body snatching found that 592 bodies had been dissected in medical schools in 1826, around 10 times the number of executions.
Clearance valid to Stephen Hale and Delana Wheatley.
Wasn't technically illegal, as bodies were not legally considered to be property. In 1822, a man named William Millard was arrested whilst attempting a body snatch in the grounds of Royal London Hospital. He couldn't be arrested for stealing the body because it wasn't illegal, so he was arrested for the spurious charge of vagrancy instead. But Millard protested his innocence. Not only had he previously worked for the hospital, he told the police he had an arrangement with them for 12 years. When a patient's body was buried, he would be asked to simply head down into the hospital's graveyard and dig it back up again. Well then, what was the bloody point in burying it in the first place? But it's suspected that usually Royal London didn't even bother to bury a body before they sent it on to an anatomy theatre. Archaeologists working in the hospital's grounds in 2006 found something unexpected. Not neatly placed skeletons that had been buried whole in the usual manner, but jumbles of bones mixed up and buried together. These included skulls with the tops sliced off, bones that had been dissected, and animal bones from dogs and tortoises. There were bodies missing skulls and others missing hands and feet. Across 262 burials, they estimated there were the remains of around 500 different people. By piecing together records stretching from 1820 to 1850, researchers worked out where all these bodies had come from. People would die in the hospital's wards, be taken to the adjoining medical school for dissection, and afterwards, their remains were simply chucked into unmarked graves in this unofficial, secret graveyard. But how did the hospital decide whose body went on to the medical school and who was to be buried normally? Well, this East End hospital was close to London's docks, so they were supplied with a steady stream of patients who'd picked up one of the many diseases that regularly ravaged 19th century sailors, or had otherwise suffered a fatal injury whilst on board. These were generally young, strong men in the prime of their lives, perfect dissection material, and usually no one in London
valid
would be
with a suspension pending. Go ahead.
But it's thought that the majority of bodies that ended up on medical school dissection tables got there via body snatchers. To protect themselves from the snatchers' inevitable invasion, people began to take increasingly ingenious measures. Watchtowers were hastily built in graveyards across the country to look out for body snatchers. Families of the recently deceased would protect graves with cages or gates. Some had locked iron coffins that were almost impossible to open. Those who couldn't afford such measures would cover their relatives' graves with stones rather than soil, in a desperate attempt to dissuade the snatchers. In 1828, it was thought that there were around 200 body snatchers working in London in gangs of 4 or 5. But even with 200 men regularly digging up bodies, and many more in other British cities, they still couldn't meet the endless demand. This meant that grave snatching quickly turned to murder. Rather than stealing the bodies of already dead people, the body snatchers started to make dead people. The most famous of these
It's
were
1099. It's not
and William
extraditable in KTT County.
went about their
It's
gruesome
for failure to
trade in
cure
Edinburgh,
dangerous drugs.
supplying the Edinburgh
Suspended
University Medical
prior
School
to ruling.
with bodies as and when needed. Both men had left Northern Ireland to work as labourers on the Union Canal, where they met, became friends, and ended up living on the same street.
Correction, parole them as our
Both
custody.
settled down with a partner, and each couple would regularly take in lodgers. When, in 1827, one of the long-term tenants of William Hare's house died owing rent, the two friends decided they would sell his body to the medical school to get some of that money back. And they made a profit. The rent owed was just £4, and they were paid £7 and 10 shillings for the body by Robert Knox, the medical school's anatomist. That's around £900 in today's money. Not bad for a side hustle. Burke and Hare could smell the business opportunity right in front of them. In 1828, an unfortunate tenant named Joseph became very ill while staying in Hare's house. But they didn't fancy popping the kettle on and patiently waiting for him to die. They gave Joseph a helping hand. After encouraging the poor boy to drink more whiskey than was probably advisable, they restrained and suffocated him with their bare hands. This method of killing became Burke and Hare's modus operandi, and it was later given a catchy title.
Criminal process is not in progress. Anonymous 1017 advises subject have been going in and out of the garage in the alley of 385 North 6th Avenue,
ill and likely to
taking
die
items
anyway.
out. There's nobody on scene
There
at this
was no
time.
such dubious moral code attached to their later killings. They began actively encouraging people to stay with them, with full intentions to give them a good burking.
Caller advises an
They are
abandoned
reported
residence.
to have murdered 16 people and made at least £15,000
K21 1028 South
from
3rd
the
calling back.
cadavers.
Advising the
Though
windshield was
these
broken out of the
official
vehicle
figures
now.
are likely to be a drop in the bloody bucket. Without any obvious injuries, Burke's bodies were perfectly fresh and easily sellable.
Okay.
Whilst Robert Knox, the anatomist, later denied all knowledge of the origins of the bodies he purchased from Burke and Hare, a man of his profession would certainly have known that these weren't dug-up, week-old bodies. But Burke and Hare soon came unstuck, and their last victim was a woman
Edward
named
Adams
Marjorie
X-ray
Doherty, who was
1824,
suitably
Indiana,
murdered
Michigan.
on
Edward
Halloween
Adams
night
X-ray
in
1824.
1828. She was invited to stay with Burke and was in fact a distant relative of his. But Burke had other lodgers at the time, a couple named James and Anne
Come her
Gray.
out with you.
Even though their method of suffocation wasn't outwardly injurious to the victims, it wasn't necessarily quiet. And so Burke sent the couple to stay at Hare's house whilst they got busy killing Marjorie. When the couple returned the next day, the Greys asked where Marjorie had gone. They were told she'd been asked to leave because she was flirting with Burke. But when they asked to enter the room where Marjorie had been killed to collect their belongings, they were told they couldn't. If they weren't suspicious already, I'm sure they were by now. When they were finally allowed in, they found Marjorie's lifeless body hidden underneath the bed. They were offered a significant bribe of £10, around £1,700 in today's money, a week to keep quiet. Presumably, Burke and Hare planned to simply kill an extra person a week to fund the bribe. But unwilling to retire on the proceeds of crime, the couple hot-footed it to the nearest police station, and Burke, Hare, and their partners were all arrested and questioned. It didn't take long for the accomplices to turn against each other. The police knew they didn't have strong enough evidence to convict, and so they convinced Hare to turn state's evidence. He confessed to 16 murders, including Marjorie's, and gave evidence against Burke in return for immunity against prosecution. Burke was convicted of murder and hanged in front of a crowd of 25,000 people in January 1829. Ironically, his body was donated to medical science, and his skeleton can still be seen in Surgeons' Hall in Edinburgh. It's said that some of the students who worked on his body took strips of his skin as souvenirs. Beats a fridge magnet, if you ask me. After Burke was hanged, Hare was released from prison. He had become a notorious figure whose face would have been highly recognizable by now, so he left Edinburgh on a mail coach. Chances are, if he tried to walk, he wouldn't have reached a city border without being attacked by an angry mob. In fact, he only made it as far as Dumfries before he was recognized and attacked by said angry mob. He escaped, though we don't know where to. One story is that he ended up in Liverpool Hospital several years later, where he was recognized and killed by a fellow patient. Another is that he was blinded by an angry mob who threw quicklime in his face, and he ended up begging on the streets of London. Whatever happened to him, it's safe to say he wasn't Britain's most popular man. Burke and Hare's body-snatching career may have been short, but it did provide inspiration to other body snatchers, most notably a gang who became known as the London Burkers. For a long time, they successfully stole and sold bodies to several hospitals, including St. Bart's and St. Thomas's. One of the men, John Bishop, would later admit to stealing a staggering 1,000 bodies. But that's just bragging, if you ask me. Like others before them, stealing bodies proved a gateway crime, and soon they were luring people to their untimely deaths. They would find people sleeping rough on the streets, promise them a place to stay, and then, once out of sight, drug and kill them. They rented 2 small cottages in an undesirable area prone to flooding in order to carry out their crimes. The gang was discovered in 1831 when they tried to sell the body of a 14-year-old boy named Charles Ferrari to King's College Hospital. They, of course, told the anatomist that he died of natural causes. But when he inspected the corpse, he found a swollen, cut face, bloodshot eyes, and what was clearly a very fresh body. As this particular anatomist clearly had more scruples than Edinburgh's Robert Knox, he reported the gang to the police, and 3 members, John Bishop, James May, and Thomas Williams, were arrested. When police searched their rented cottages, they found the clothes of multiple victims discarded in the well and outside toilet. The 3 men were tried at the Old Bailey, with their trial causing a media sensation. All 3 were found guilty. 2 of them, Williams and Bishop, were sentenced to death, hanged in front of 30,000 people, and their bodies, of course, donated to medical science for dissection. May was transported to Tasmania, where he died in 1834. The trials of both the Burkers and Burke and Hare were the catalysts for the passing of the Anatomy Act of 1832. This act made bodies legal property for the first time and required anatomists to have a license to possess them. That license gave them legal access to the bodies of people who died in prisons, workhouses, and hospitals, and were unclaimed by relatives. Relatives could also choose to donate a body in return for funeral expenses. Conveniently, this also meant that the local authorities didn't have to pay funeral costs for paupers in their care. The act put an end to the body snatchers trade, as medical schools then had ready access to a stream of bodies. That's supply and demand for you. Though it's fair to say it wasn't popular with everyone, and was widely criticised for targeting the poor. Unsurprisingly, Britain's wealthy failed to come forward to donate their bodies, and the act remained in force until 1984.
On 71 second district.
371.
Yeah, that's that with the ship.
Traffic center.
Edward 32 is going to be at 1405 North Arthur Bridge, lot double X 12, make contact to North for my case.
This video was sponsored by Magellan TV.
Forever 30.
One of the Pacific theater's most brutal battles during World War II was the conquest of the island of Saipan in the summer of 1944. Part of Operation Forager, the Battle of Saipan was a U.S. offensive against Japanese ground and naval garrisons stationed in the Mariana, Palau, and Caroline Islands. Sergeant Thomas Alexander Baker, a young soldier of the 105th Infantry Regiment, 27th Infantry Division, was part of the American forces that faced intense fire and ambushes as they advanced toward the island's center. Fatally wounded after American forces successfully repelled a 5,000-strong Japanese counterattack, Sergeant Baker asked to be left behind. The battalion was running out of ammunition, and he was not willing to risk other soldiers' lives for his own. Baker knew his time had come, and was ready to embrace it with a heroic last stand. He asked his comrades to lay him down near a tree to hold back the incoming Japanese. With no ammo left to share, one of his friends gave him a pistol with 8 rounds. As U.S. forces later returned to the battle scene, they witnessed firsthand the fighting spirit of the American warrior.
10-4, 12.
Hideki Tojo ordered Japan to attack on Pearl Harbor and the invasion of Southeast Asia. He had his eyes on ultimate power, but the bravery of America's young soldiers in the Battle of Saipan would eventually bring his downfall. Learn more about the man who fought the dirtiest war ever known in the Magellan TV documentary Tojo, Japan's Razor of Fear. Magellan TV is a streaming service available across all of your devices that features over 3,000 documentaries, with new programs added on a weekly basis. Visit try.magellantv.com/darkdocs for a 14-day free trial today. Watch Tojo, Japan's Razor of Fear, part of the 10-episode series Evolution of Evil that goes into the minds of the most evil men in history. Dark Docs viewers can now take advantage of an exclusive headstrong banzai charges and suicidal kamikaze crashes were some of the tactics employed to inflict as much damage as possible to the enemy. But the young Americans quickly adapted and retaliated with the same ferocity, conquering island after island with a newfound display of courage. Wake Island, Guadalcanal, Tarawa, and many other islands succumbed to the brave American forces. But then came Saipan, one of the bloodiest and most harrowing encounters of the Asian conflict. The Battle of Saipan. The Battle of Saipan lasted from June 15th to July 9th, 1944. During almost a month of continuous conflict as part of Operation Forager, the U.S. Army lost around 14,000 soldiers out of an invading force of 70,000 men. The Japanese defenders lost 29,000 soldiers out of a 32,000-men battalion. But over 22,000 Japanese civilians living on the island perished when the Americans finally took over. Some were lost to starvation, others to indirect fire from both armies. Thousands of civilians gave up their own lives because Japanese soldiers told them that they would be either enslaved, tortured, or executed by the invading forces. Saipan and its surrounding islands were a top priority for the U.S. command. If conquered, bombers could be placed within the range of mainland Japan. Aboard 300 tracked landing vehicles, over 8,000 U.S. Marines landed on Saipan's west coast under cover of artillery bombardment on June 15th. As the men began to establish a beachhead, the Japanese waited. The Americans had previously placed flags on shore to set up a perimeter. When the beach was packed with amphibious tanks, marines, and supplies, the Japanese opened fire. Sergeant Thomas Alexander Baker, Jr., a young private from Company A of the 105th Infantry Regiment, 27th Infantry Division, was among the first men to storm the coast. While the Marines fought on the west side, Sergeant Baker's regiment landed on Saipan's southern end on June 17, 1944. They initially met fierce Japanese resistance, but were able to make their way into the mainland. On June 19th, when the 105th was on its way to Nafutan Point, it was bogged down by Japanese pillboxes. Private Baker stormed ahead with a bazooka and single-handedly knocked down a Japanese emplacement. Along with his M1 rifle, he then cleared the path for his unit. As the battle continued, Nafutan Point was still a coveted spot for both sides. By June 27th, enemy resistance was reduced to 1,200 combatants. The Japanese eventually surrendered after being completely surrounded and under the heavy barrages of naval artillery.
I have all the information.
As Americans advanced through rugged terrain, many were injured or put down by enemy fire coming from concealed positions along the cliffs and caves. The area became known as Death Valley, or Purple Heart Ridge.
10-4-21.
On their way to Mount Tepachau, the 105th had to move through the valley's thick jungle and cross a flat plateau where there was no cover. The men were exposed to enemy fire coming from high ground. While his unit advanced, Private Baker was assigned to a rear security position to prevent a Japanese counterattack. Most of the 105th had already gone through the opening when Baker spotted movement nearby. According to his posthumous Medal of Honor citation, Private Baker, quote, came upon 2 heavily fortified enemy pockets manned by 2 officers and 10 enlisted men which had been bypassed.
I just got off the phone with the warrants. They know
Good.
fucking David Phelps is your family.
Would you be able to check for a dog barking in the area of 332 South Washington?
His ass.
It's been going on for over an hour.
Denver.
Twelve and 21, your status.
Hang on, that was Egypt.
Edward 32, go ahead. Ten four.
And now we welcome in someone you may recognize.
I got you to a successful repo at 7170 East Chicago Street. Blackboard escaped. Owner is unaware.
Then a little bit more. Now look at the balcony at the bottom. Biden ain't drew that many people at one of his rallies. What's going on at the White House? Look at how many people are out on that balcony. That thing is packed. Okay, and this is 45 minutes. I'm going to skip ahead. That's 30 minutes later. It's still packed. People are walking up the sides. It is packed out there. There's been nobody at the White House for a long time. And now it's packed. I'm sure it's not because of him, but that's just my opinion. Let me go to the next thing. All right, can you see my screen, Mike, still?
Yes, sir.
Well, can you see that Joe Biden's wearing a bulletproof vest right there?
I sure can.
Okay, that's what we need to know.
301 can't count.
Now, here's another one. I think the gentleman here's wearing one. Joe Manchin, when they showed him in another picture, looked like he was wearing one. And here's the whole thing behind this shot is, look who's hiding behind here so they don't get shot at. Who's that?
Wow. They're taking pictures and she's hiding behind a pole.
Yeah, because they're convinced that these people are not the real people. These people are clones. And they're doubles. All of them. But they're all wearing bulletproof vests because they're scared they're going to get shot at now. Remember when they said there'd be a time when they couldn't walk down the street? It's that time, Mike.
That's a lot of panic, Doug.
And let me share this with you, and I don't need to go, and I'm going to come out of the screen share, and we can go in discussion about this. But I'm convinced in my heart that that guy that used to do the antivirus stuff
South Washington,
is a gigantic part of the switch that starts everything. He ain't dead, just like Jeffrey Epstein ain't dead. 2 to 3 hours after he supposedly died in that Spain prison, a Department of Defense Learjet flew to the United States in Washington.
K-13.
I'm sure they fly from that close to that prison all the time.
Fire department's en route to the area, 700 West Circle West for an illegal burn, subject to burning garbage in the area.
Every one of the computers for Hillary and all them other idiots had McVeigh's antivirus software. He had the ability to go in and steal all their information.
Guys, he's the one that gave them the computer with it on there.
That's
16 of 16 of them.
He's got it all. Dirt on every one of them. He said if I ever got hurt, they would automatically switch it on. So they staged his death to release it all. What a better way to do it without our government being involved, Mike.
Absolutely. And I agree with what they're saying in the comments. He's more important than Snowden and Julian Assange put together.
Absolutely. And here's the thing, and people start putting things together. All right, and people, you've seen the pictures. Now start making sense of what's going on. When they blew up the, what was it, the FBI building, and they claimed it was from diesel fuel and fertilizer and all that. The way that building came down looked like a demolition. Look at the building in Miami. He owned some of the rooms in that building that came down. They were trying to get that hard drive out of that building. And that's why that building got blown up. 2 blocks away from where Trump's kids live, in a condo down there. So this is, go ahead.
King Count Engine 4.
Oh, I'm sorry. You freeze a little bit.
Engine 4, go ahead.
All right, so
Before the page will be around shortly.
we jumped way too far ahead. We don't know for sure black hats or white hats nab McAfee, Okay, but it was definitely the dead man's switch. All right, that leads me to believe white hats have control. All right, it also leads me to believe that not only was that thumbnail hard drive thing in that building that's taken down, but it was also hard copy documents. All right, hard copy documents were in that building as well. I know that for a fact.
You ready for this? Guess where else it's backed up?
5719.
On the biggest server in the world, probably. And it sounds crazy, but it's backed up on Pornhub. They have gigantic servers. Somehow he disguised it in a different name, and all that information's on their servers too, which are well hidden if you don't know throughout the world. They thought this out real good before they decided to hit the dead man switch. So this could be actually, I know we always say that, but this
just for information, they believe it's coming from 745
government to declassify everything and just let a notorious person declassify everything and let it be wide open. He said he would release it to the news outlets. Please release some of it to me. I'll be glad to get it out for you. You know what I mean? Please give me some of it. Because if the news won't put it on, you bet your ass I'll put it on. You know that's right. So that's a little bit of what's going on today. Now, you got to say to yourself, why did that helicopter? You got to ask yourself questions now and start adding things up. Biden can't pull 10 people at a rally and you don't know his name. Now he's doing real weird shit like, I wrote the whole bill. He's getting really weird, guys. So what were all them people doing at the White House? Either they were filming something for a future event or something's really going on. You know what? Wouldn't you agree, Mike?
Absolutely. A lot is going on. More than just something. I mean,
that was definitely creepy when he was whispering yesterday. And how, if this was anybody else, if 45 did stuff like that, they'd want him evaluated by a doctor by the end of the day. Right?
They would have took him down and they would have white coated his ass just now when
you got to come with us, sir. Sorry, put you in a straight jacket.
Yeah, they got a straight jacket. Yeah. Guys, it has to be a lot of pressure whether you have all your marbles or not. Whether your elevator goes to the top floor, it has to be a lot of pressure for somebody to pin a bulletproof vest on your ass and then send you out in front of a possible shooter. Okay, and tell you to talk about shit, all right?
If you or a loved one is fighting type 2 diabetes or prediabetes, this discovery could save your life. Top doctor from Arizona has discovered the real root cause of high blood sugar, and it has nothing to do with eating carbs or sugar, or even genetics, but instead with beta cells inside the pancreas. While most medications can keep the symptoms of diabetes at bay, they don't actually treat the root cause of the problem. So before you resign yourself to being hooked on medication for life, you've got to see this now. This well-known doctor from Arizona was forced out of his practice after he unveiled a $1 billion secret he wasn't supposed to know. A clinically proven, simple 6-second trick you can use starting today to potentially eliminate type 2 diabetes, regardless of your age or medical condition. And it works like crazy. More than 43,000 people are already doing it, and they have been able to treat their type 2 diabetes successfully, while also losing pound after pound of diabetic fat. Remember, this has nothing to do with meds, fad diets, exercise, or expensive treatments. Well, stop everything you're doing and click the link below to watch a short, free special video this doctor created. The $390 billion diabetes industry doesn't want you to see this video and discover the extraordinary diabetes fighting secret. Watch it now before it's too late.
How can I reattach to that criminal trespasser where you're studying?
Hey, I'm Amber, and I'm going to confess something. Last Friday, I went out with a guy who was older than me, much older than me. According to his driver's license, he was 71 years old. We ended up going back to his place, And it was actually great. This guy lasted way longer than any guy I've been with in a long time.
402
He
Hancock.
could last for hours. I mean, he had so much energy. He was like a wild animal.
1043 ambulance.
And this guy is like
Page
3 times
to
my age.
8494
And
North
at the
Wolf
end,
Creek
we
Road,
were both
73-year-old
covered
male,
in sweat.
very weak.
I was so exhausted, I was the one begging him for a
Come
break.
forward. You're confirming.
I remember I had the biggest smile on my face.
10-4.
All I could ask him was what his secret was. Like, how does a guy your age have way more energy, stay so solid for longer than guys who are like in their 20s?
Through
And
that
I was a little
location.
taken aback. And he said, well,
10-4.
it helps if you eat healthy.
No homeowner
And I
information.
was like, eat healthy?
And the 1017
You
being
seemed like
anonymous.
you ate 3 dozen
I'll be
oysters
back, sir.
before you came over. There has to be something else. And he was like, well, yeah, I do have a special meal I like to eat if I know I'm going to see a woman later. He basically told me that there's
Take 'em
5
low.
spices he adds to every meal, which when combined together in the right doses, will get you to perform like a maniac.
You notice that
And
you
that
brought
you
the dog
stay
around
straight
front.
as an
He's
arrow
not doing
for
yard work
hours.
tonight.
I actually did some research myself on these ingredients to see if he was right, and the facts check out. The ingredients not only work, but thousands of guys online are talking about the incredible results, if you know where to look. I also found one video revealing exactly what the 5 spices are, where to buy them, how to prepare them at home, and why they work so well. I actually saved it to share with you or any other man you think might want
Town
to.
Griff, first one mention will be
All you have to do is click the button below to watch the free video now.
10-4.
Again, it's just 5 simple spices, and that's it. Simple. I'll be honest, it doesn't seem like it would taste that great, but it sure as hell works. They said it could even help women with their drive. I think I might even try to make it one night. And the great thing about being with this older guy is that honestly, even though he wasn't that muscular, he was able to last so long it more than made up for it. And I was completely and totally satisfied. Plus, as an older man, I know he's going to know his way around. So if you want the secret, just click the button below to discover what the 5 spices are now. They will keep you straight as an arrow, let you last all night, and any girl will love you for this. So just click the button below before it disappears off your screen for good in the next 20 minutes.
Please show me clear. His return.
10-4.
Hey, look, I've never seen.
I might not be able to hold all that together either. But the thing you have to understand is, you know, they've been doing this for years. Okay, so we know his wherewithal is gone. All right, the actor is doing a damn good job of playing that part.
Paper to be returned.
So
what really strikes me in this is one, Bob Marley hiding behind the post, and 2, her fake ass trip to El Paso.
Yeah, she went nowhere where she needed to be. She might as well went to Canada, you know, because the problem wasn't where she went.
No, exactly. So the plot is thickening more and more every day, like Doug is saying, guys, and it's speeding up. Okay, so now we have an elitist with a ton of declassification getting ready to drop. Right, Dead Man Switch guy. All right. We have that. We have a statement from Trump saying sooner than later. All right. The day's the 25th. Tomorrow's the 26th. Raleigh, Ohio, Arizona, A word. Okay. All right. We got Flashbang whispering his speech on stage. Okay. We got Bob Marley hiding behind poles. I mean, she's a damn pole dancer. Why is she hiding behind them?
What, in the report?
That guy is scared for his life.
And Wilford Romney, you know, standing there looking like a ghost as well, dressed with a bulletproof vest on. You know, guys, we are getting closer every day. I still think from what Flynn said, and we're going to talk about this more in a minute, but from what Flynn said, I still think we got 3 to 4 more weeks
And
of the movie. I do not think we have 3 to 4 more
Finding
weeks
any
before
smoke or
19
flames in this
returns.
area. No sign of anybody burning anything.
Here's another thing
Both
you got to
PD and fire
realize.
checked
Okay.
the whole neighborhood, not finding anything. Engine 4 is available returning.
Engine 4.
Hi, I'm Gina from 100 and Short.
Okay, can Engine 4 in the station?
4, go ahead.
Yeah, 355 north of Diverse Attack to pick up a dog that was running at large.
Edward 34.
Ambulance 119 will be on scene. Can't come through.
301, go ahead.
Contact was made with the other half. Left a message, was left on the tank.
10-4, 301. $34, status.
10-4, I'm going to be clear. One dog secured.
10-4.
Can't come, keep from.
One.
Apparently the female half came back to 1028 South 3rd, causing problems. I'll be back out. I haven't seen her yet.
12. $18-year-old male wanting to harm himself at Sherwood Forest, apartment 53.
X44.
X-ray 44, go ahead.
Yeah, JCG's here in the paper.
10-4.
Ambulance 1, mental subject at 1100 West Jeffrey Street, apartment 53, 18-year-old male, time of page 9:38, acknowledge and respond on city fire.
Yeah, Tom Amos.
Go ahead.
Amos is going to take that call. Try the numerics again.
1100 West Jeffrey, apartment 53.
10-4, Sheriff's Brown.
10-4.
Everyone, Adam 6, give me the second here.
That's Benji. He said she came back, but I haven't seen her. I was around the corner working on the report.
Are you going to be needed there for those that, or can you back to the
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Do you need to remain on scene, or can you back up state call?
About 2 minutes, he's heading back to go inside the house.
K-12, your subject is calm at this time. We were there last night or yesterday afternoon for the same issue. Apparently the mother wants him transported, but he refuses.
Okay. One more here.
Engine 4, lift assist at 820 South Evergreen Avenue. No injuries. 66-year-old male. Engine 4, lift assist at 820 South Evergreen Avenue. No report injuries. 66-year-old male. Time of page 941. Acknowledge and respond on city fire.
Myself is 21. Will be a two-man unit.
10-4.
We got K-12 on.
Engine 4.
Can't cut 21. I never saw her return. I'll be out of Sherwood Forest.
February 21, Feb 4.
Nursery call. We're not there to get us going get by David.
10-4, February 21.
Fourth on feet.
10-4, engine 4. Go ahead, ambulance 2.
Yeah, okay.
10-4. Ambulance call to 500 North Wall Street, ambulance 1, outpatient section, patient passed out. The nurse is sending to the patient. Ambulance 1, 500 North Wall Street, nurse is sending to the patient. Time of page 9:48, acknowledge and respond on city fire. Kent County, Bill 1.
People maintenance. Oh, Dennis.
10-4. All right.
Can't count 526.
Five 26.
A couple of vehicles, Route 50 southbound across from Holy Buick. There's no injuries, but they were on the exit ramp, 57 here. You advise, ISP.
Okay, just confirm it was an accident.
Yeah, simple.
Okay, on the exit ramp then.
Alpha Engine 4.
Engine 4.
Pilot Engine 4 available, returning. Clear the call.
What type of vehicles are you out with? Status inquiry.
One's a bright green SUV and the other's a full-size black GMC Sierra. Just drivers only, no accent, no passengers.
Okay. H1.
He went to the ambulance peacefully. Units are back in service.
Ambulance doing out to Riverside.
Temper.
Jan, come back 44.
X-ray 44. Go ahead.
You one served. Info on no stalking, no contact added in the narrative.
Temper X-ray 44.
Jan, come 531.
Go ahead.
Eli 50, there's a semi stuck on the viaduct on Brookmont.
Okay.
That's just what.
Brookmont Boulevard, there's a semi stuck under the viaduct.
Now,
Right.
South 3rd. Ambulance is back en route. He was calling the female and wanted her to take her to the hospital.
Sandberg, he was jogging down the alley earlier. He's back in road.
421.
Ambulance call to 1028 South 3rd Avenue. Superior ambulance turnover from city and engine 5. 1028 South 3rd Avenue, ambulance requested. Subject is bleeding. Time of page 10 a.m. Acknowledge and respond on safe fire.
He's going to be ready for me to take subject down, turn around, and help. You're in the house. Parking lot, he's going to say, "I'll go from."
Summer.
for 6.
Temper.
King Conference Region 4.
Road, power location, 11, Question 1021, reference extra patrols on 200 North Schuyler.
Location only in the area of 6857 North, 16,000 East Road. No history on the tip. Go ahead.
Power location only, we can disregard if that's all we got. Take on 526, leave yeah.
Go ahead.
Did they give an ETA?
Information reference towing her vehicle from Hawkins and Washington. She believes, or she has the tow on scene and needs to know if she can do that.
And they own it together.
K13. Subject that advises he was battered by 2 females last night at Captain Fresh. Five 26, the advice is coming from Asheville.
Yeah. Okay, guys, just force on scene, 1028 South 3rd.
10 for ambulance, engine 4. The rest to a missing person. They were at Arby's. It's a 20-year-old female, mentally challenged. Been missing for about 10 minutes. She was in the parking lot there, and she took off. Female black. Last seen wearing a black hoodie and black skinny jeans. Short curly hair. Callers driving around trying to locate her. Will advise her to be back with you at parking lot at RV.
Can't count 526. 526. They're well off the road. I'll head down to the RV area so I can meet up with the caller there.
Okay.
Can't count ambulance 2.
Ambulance 2, go ahead.
An ambulance going to 1028 South 3rd.
Okay. And I advised the other half of reference not towing that vehicle, and she said she was going to do it anyway, and so I'm not sure why she called us.
Paramedics are speaking to them just to make sure it's 10-4 and both.
Adam 6.
You correct this call location. It's actually supposed to be 1000 North Skyler Avenue. And I'll put out a Denver message requesting some traffic enforcement and officers from there.
Okay.
Ambulance 1 is in Russell Riverside.
Step for ambulance 1 in Russell Riverside.
Ambulance 1 is in right Riverside.
Step for ambulance 1.
Paper.
Text for 44, go ahead.
1119 South Curtis, apartment B. David 45. Can't count 526 in an area.
Okay. 344, 10-9, the house number. Just create an extra patrol, 233 North St. Joseph for the weekend for speeding vehicles.
That makes sense. Then one of your headsets or whatever you're using is breaking up, and what's going on with it just for 1043?
10, we're looking into it. Thank you.
Can't count 513.
513, correction, 517.
I'm going to step out of the restaurant and make sure we actually check the restaurant and everything.
Go ahead.
He's about 5'3", 100 pounds. First name's Taylor. Last seen running west or southwest from Douglas and Durham. And to make 44.
44, go ahead.
10-8 paper, sir.
4.
Okay, collect 10.
Go ahead.
Then I'll be out at People's Bank on 4th Street for a follow-up. No need for status.
10-4.
The mother saying negative. They were in the parking lot and she took off from the car. They're from Kankakee, but the mother saying she's not familiar with the area. Can't tell 517. I'll be clear from Harvey's Basin now. I'm checking the area.
Okay.
Email 72 and round 58 Maple Ridge Park.
7210 I have you on route to 58 Maple Ridge Park.
Removal of Javon Williams at 485 South Rosewood. 1017 Tamika Mason advises he's being disrespectful, wants him removed. Hills Dispatch, 58 Maple Ridge Park, back pain, called into the station.
Okay, thanks, King Class. We're behind Speedway.
Okay.
Robert 11.
Robert 11.
Can't count. I gotta change the quarters for the send out there. We should send up.
10-4.
John. Yeah, John Versa, Robert 10 and Route to Gilman. No need for page. We got it. Thanks.
Robert 10-4 I have you going to Gilman. You don't want a page.
.43, follow up on that 911 unknown from Newton County. They called back, another open line. Received 6 calls, got voicemail again, and message left. 10-4, yes.
10-4 station. If it's a tower location release, we'll be able to find it. We're going to disregard unless we get a further or a better address.
10-4.
Thanks.
$10.50. See. Take 12, $10.50. front of Kankakee Estates, 1995 South Skylar, white vehicle in the ditch. The vehicle drivers fled the scene.
Thanks. Okay, so my street says. It'll be 10-8.
10-4.
Okay, come 10. Shows back in service 2 left on my row. That's all I needed.
Daytime barking dog.
Okay.
John Brandt advises the dog barking for a solid hour, and he wishes to meet. The offending canine is at 1054 South Wildwood, 1054 South Wildwood. Mr. Brandt is at 1104 South Wildwood.
Yeah.
Hey, were you at 1019? Hey, 10.
Reference that Rosewood Collect is located in. He's been advised that. Okay, I'm 11. I'll be around to 1050.
11.
Reference 16263, 16263. Check the area and no activity. Okay, come back to test paper.
X-ray 10, go ahead.
$782.5, North Indiana. $782.5, North Indiana, Kankakee paper.
X10 782.5 North Indiana.
And Tower 33 will be back at 208 Albert. No need for status.
Okay.
Okay, collection.
Yes.
Lieutenant, go first.
10-4. Okay.
6742, 16742.
X10, go ahead.
North Harrison, 304, North Harrison, apartment 4, on the paper.
304 North Harrison, 10-4 X10. K10, he's at 1104 South Wildwood, 1104 South Wildwood. Just 43 of us stopped call pending at Reed's Rental, not in progress.
Okay, I'll be quick. Well, we'll hold it a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, completely. Because changes the thermal damage at 266 West Chestnut. Okay, come.
Line 72.
Female 72.
Patient loaded, be transported to St. Mary's shortly.
Talk to both of them, let's say that we're 10-4 this time, and we're leaving.
Zephyr, K10, I have another caller. K21, go on.
So you need to take them hospital orders and not answer questions. I'm going to go peaceful for 43. From 12, will you back out on third? CANCOM K12 is 21 out on third.
28 South 3rd.
Camera out.
Zephyr, K10.
Right.
A second caller on your barking dog complaint.
Problem's been resolved. They need to meet as well.
No, they were anonymous.
Perfect. Now it's been brought inside. Owner's been advised.
No, it's fucking anonymous, fucking bitch.
Go ahead.
10-8 no service.
10-4. Zephyr 11. Police number is in your CAD call.
141 can't come in your status.
Okay, cover 43. Paper. .333 West Evergreen Street, Mantino.
.333 West Evergreen in Mantino.
Two tracks reset and uncaught.
.517, just checking the status if I missed the traffic about the female reuniting with her mom.
Can't come 517. Up in both hands right now. If you could send EMS over, no response, no sirens or lights, and just so they can make their own assessment.
Okay. X-ray 21, go ahead.
You can go ahead and clear us. We'll have a report on time. And the vehicle has to be signed.
For X-ray 21.
Okay, X-ray 10 paper. Key on the paper. Okay, Tom 613.
Hi.
While he was on this earth was beautiful and attractive, the Antichrist's character and personality will be unpleasant and disgusting.
Okay, come get 21. He was willing to go peacefully in my car to the hospital, but he was ready to fight if he had to go in an ambulance. We're going to be en route.
Tank on 45 will be en route. Speedway.
Okay, ambulance 45. The officers are requesting no lights or sirens, and this is possibly a mental transport. They're not sure yet.
10-4. On the check.
On target, number.
I'll be out of 115 South Wildwood and probably park vehicle. Sir, 481 is en route to St. Francis. 481 is en route to St. Mary's.
For ambulance 481.
Can't come 21 paper.
East Ohio.
East Ohio, 10-4.
B5.
Area, do they want us to stage or come to the scene?
You can go straight to the scene there in the rear of Speedway.
X-ray 43.
Nothing more. I was in a building. I couldn't hear you. I'm gonna be clear. No service.
Thank you. 10-4. Ten for 12. Big Tango ahead.
I'll be 10-8. It can be returned.
10 for X-ray. 10. Hey, 10.
Left them a notice. I'll give you 20 guys.
X-ray 44, go ahead.
10, 726 west, 3000 north.
X-ray 44, 10, 726 west, 3000 north road. For now.
Simple. So animal control just needs our permission to handle that.
That's 10-4.
That's 10-4. You can go ahead and call. Everyone else got to say Mary.
Okay.
Superior 481 has arrived at St. Mary's.
10-4, 41. Oh.
But
Batavia Rosenthal calling 911 from 301 Northwest Avenue. There's a large brindle dog across the street from her running loose. Porch across the street from her on Chestnut.
X-ray 21-7.
There's no service until we found another one, right? Ohio.
Ambulance 72, are you checking your status?
Status 10-4, shows en route to St. Mary's.
Okay, I have you going to St. Mary's. 44 status. Confirm. Go ahead.
That location address does not exist. We'll be out at 405 East Ohio.
So, not gravel. Karen, come back to 44. 630, one return.
Cut.
Complaint report on file.
Okay. The 33.
Well, 9 minutes.
Pepper. K-12 animal control route.
Bye.
Good.
You only down at 2000 West. First Financial Bank, for bank line. It's 1 KC Citizen.
Adam 6, I have a call pending for an abandoned 911, the area 909 South 10th Avenue. No history on the phone number, voicemail on callback.
10-4, this is on what you're for this.
Yeah.
Quick.
X-ray 21 status.
Dog lives at 142
CFO knows more about
West Chestnut.
New York real estate and has been in the public eye and spotlight for decades, just like Trump. Trump never had to sell his soul to make money. Well, at least sell his soul in politics. He was always very good at making money. Our beloved President Biden, the Clintons, other people, well, Tammany Hall, from the 1800s until today, you had Democrats and also, obviously, establishment Republicans, the same people who can't stand Trump on the Republican, the never-Trumpers. What they did is they utilized politics as a money-making endeavor. Similar to the people that Jimmy Dore has completely obliterated. The two stories are actually tied together, interestingly enough.
1016, Sherwood Forest, Department 22, loud background caller disconnected.
Below, New York grand
Subject
jury
advised
stores
she
on
was being
Trump
battered.
organization executives. They said Trump worked with Putin and Russian intelligence officials in the Kremlin. They found nothing. They had egg on their face, not only when Trump defeated Clinton, but they were mortified when they found nothing. The Trump-Russia myth was the most outlandish, absurd, tinfoil hat theory that was completely not only an affront on democracy, but it was baseless. They purchased a dossier. This is right after Debbie Wasserman Schultz was forced to resign because the Democratic primary was not fair and neutral, and they cheated and railroaded Bernie Sanders, which then links us to the Jimmy Dore story, which everyone should know.
Called him at a 13-year-old who
Jimmy
stated
Dore and
that
Kwame
his
Brown
sister and her boyfriend were
taking
arguing
on
and that he was
enormous political public
battering her
relations
now. He's
establishments and
disconnected, not
completely
answering now.
decimating them. It's a sight to behold. It's a sight to behold. And
I may have moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis or psoriatic arthritis, but we are so much more. We're team players and artists, designers and do-it-yourselfers, parents and friends. If joint pain is getting in the way of who you are, it's time to talk to your doctor about Enbrel. Enbrel helps relieve joint pain and helps stop permanent joint damage. Plus, Enbrel helps skin get clearer.
And, you know, on a much smaller scale, they went after me, and I defended myself in an effective manner because I had truth on my side. Jimmy Dore and Kwame Brown have truth on their side, and so does Trump. So does Trump on this issue where they're trying to set him up and frame him like they did with Trump Russia. They're not going to indict him because personally. They're going to try to get executives around him, just like they tried to get people around him with Trump Russia. If they utilize the same standards, the same tactics against Madam Secretary, could you imagine if you utilize the same standards with all the tech people involved, all the companies involved with running?
Unless you want to be the biggest target in the world, I would stay the fuck away from Trump, his family, and his friends. Comprende ese? Unless you want to be the biggest target in the world, I would stay the fuck away from Trump, his family, and his friends. Comprende ese?
Can you come 2060 attach me to that call here and see what.
The biggest army in the world is prepared to protect Trump, family, and friends.
Running her private servers, all the people involved running. So what if they had Mr. Brian Pagliano and a whole bunch of other people flip in sync? Could you imagine? So now they're trying to go after Trump's CFO, and it's not going to work. It's not going to work because they have nothing. And the fact that they're not going to indict Trump directly, or they can't find anything to indict him directly because they have his tax returns. The tax returns were supposed to be the holy grail of corruption, just like the Steele dossier, just like the call with Zelensky. Nothing ever sticks. They impeached him not on a criminal statute the first time, and even the second time. They cannot find a criminal statute to either impeach or convict Trump on. You can definitely do that with Clinton and private servers with top secret intelligence. By the way, I don't have any dislike towards Hillary Clinton or Bill Clinton. I was a lifelong Democrat my whole life. What I dislike is a public official utilizing servers with top secret intelligence on them and deleting 30,000 emails and and President Obama and Democrats in the media allowing this behavior, even though anyone, including FBI officials just recently, would be indicted for doing 1/1,000,000th of what was done. And then you have Hunter utilizing the most offensive word in the English language, the N-word, and of course, Democrats say nothing. You're talking about the epitome of hypocrisy, which leads us to the wonderful people, the $20 million venture capital people that Jimmy Dore has now completely annihilated. The big issue that Mr. Dore raised is the following. He talked about forced the vote. And he talked about basically political action committees. Well, he alluded to, or the topic is linked to political action committees that the wonderful people at the $20 million venture capital firm or people associated with that company helped orchestrate or helped start. I'm gonna leave you here an article in Fox News. And just because if you're on the left and you're watching this, just because it's Fox News doesn't mean it's not right. Okay? They're a lot more accurate than CNN and the Washington Post. A lot more accurate. But here, Ocasio-Cortez and top aide should be investigated for possible campaign finance violations. Now, who do you think helped start the political action committees that this FEC chairman, former FEC chairman Hans A. von Spakovsky, who do you think helped start? Oh, that's right. People associated or people that Jimmy Dore is going after or defending himself from. These people possibly
will be cleared from 405 East Ohio.
Well, I'll just read you here. The complaint to the FEC says Ocasio-Cortez and her chief of staff orchestrated an extensive off-the-books operation to make hundreds of thousands of dollars of expenditures in support of multiple candidates for federal office. There seems to be enough evidence here to justify opening a criminal investigation. As the Washington Examiner reported, AOC's chief of staff appeared to be operating a, quote, slush fund. Campaign finance attorneys called this arrangement really weird. Now, are the people that tried to go after Jimmy Dore, are they directly linked to this? I'm not saying they're directly linked to this. I'm saying there's a possibility that the biggest story in decades on the left, or at least in media, progressive or left-leaning media, is linked to millions of dollars, or at least hundreds of thousands of dollars, that was raised for political action committees that helped certain pundits elevate certain politicians on the left. So this is a potentially huge issue. We already know that the wonderful $20 million venture capital people, we already know that their little empire has completely collapsed. We already know they lack all credibility, but people associated with them, in addition to those people, potentially, I'm not saying they do, I'm saying it's possible they have criminal liability because of the hundreds of thousands of dollars that were
10-4-24. For K21, no answer on callback.
Temple, the next door neighbor answered the door and he said it's been quiet because whoever lives there has only been there a month. Everything's quiet, and we'll be back in service.
Can't come back to 44 paper. She's on her way with her mother. She's been needing medical attention from the ambulance crew. The leading charge on and some information.
King, I'm 18 lane on 72 arrived at St. Mary.
22-10-4.
Break 21, go ahead.
Camcom 255 is clear.
44. 10-8-3, sir.
10-4.
Can't come 526.
526.
Almost done with it. If you could change it to a domestic dispute, and then you get cleared.
Okay. Welfare check.
Right.
8 South Washington, apartment 1. Callers wishing a welfare check of a 60-year-old female that's not answering the phone. Step by. Be white. She resides here with her foster daughter. However, the foster daughter, Dorothy, does work a lot.
Yep. How much, 21?
21.
Good morning.
Time for a question. $530, still a matter.
530.
1398 Hunters Run Drive. 217 is Donna Smith. She advised a neighbor cut down her tree. And also the company that did it damaged her property. She needs to 43.
Paper. 8 Big Chief.
10-4, 8 Big Chief.
Can't come back, take that.
Perfect, go ahead.
That's right, then I'll be 10-8-2, sir. Can't go back to the road, apologies.
Arena Lewis or Ariana Lewis. X-ray 43.
Clear, no service. Would you put me out of another one? Can't come back 26.
Go ahead.
Be on at 47, 16.
Big Chief. Edward 32.
Program check that, Delaware, Washington.
Two 240 East State Highway 114.
13240 East State Highway 114.
Ambulance 481, clear call.
Same time, Riverside River Patrol will be en route to the VA. I'm sorry, have you en route? Is it VA? It'll be 4 west. Thank you.
Can't come tomorrow. Clear from that location. It's a bad address. According to Soundex, she's at 13204 East 114. We'll try that one. 13204 East Route 114.
Copy.
Would it be clear? No, sir. Take it 143, favor. Chris 43, go ahead. 8, little G. 10-4, 8, little G.
Copy.
Kenny Count 530, I'm on scene.
Okay.
Disregard.
Okay, Convex 21.
1.
10-8, no service.
4.
Negative, she's been cooperative, appreciate it.
Copy.
Cancom, Edward 34. Edward 34. I'm going to be clear. The dogs look good. No problems at this time. 10-4.
No service. I'll be out in another one.
Four, 10, little G. And 1043.
But
111 missed dial 1, Veterans Drive, pocket dial transferred to ISP, no problem, no background.
okay, we can disregard.
Okay, count 141.
41.
I'm faxing you a please gun entry form for a stolen firearm. Just
Let me know when you get it.
Goodbye. Got anything working on it for you?
King Comex 21 paper.
X-ray 21, go ahead.
50 East Indiana Street, movement.
10-4, 150 East Indiana.
Dog has been returned over. They provided proof of ownership. They are going to follow me back to animal control to sign some money, a large paperwork. You could just show 32 and 34 clear at this time.
10-4, Edward 32.
King Comex 44 paper.
Head.
462 South, 5000 West.
10-4, 462, 5,000 South, 5,000 West.
King Comex 135
10-4. Okay, 21. South 3rd. He's still at St. Mary's. Been telling him this, and then we had a second caller advise that she's in the alley in her vehicle, trying to take his vehicle. Over. X-ray 44 status.
Jacob 21. 10-8 paper search.
10-4.
Jacob from 43 paper.
43, go ahead.
38 and 12.
One came from. Can you give me 41?
Yeah, come like 44 10-8, no service.
10-4.
Probably out to 19 post. Okay, come like 310 paper.
Okay.
1344 East Jet Circle. 1344 East Jet Circle. Bradley on the paper.
1344 East Chapter.
Can come Robert 12's on scene. The DA.
All right, 12.
10 4, I have you on the scene.
He called in 22. She's not here.
X-ray 43 status. And status.
Okay, Cody, brother. 43.
3, go ahead.
I'm going to be cleared. Stay for serve. I'm going to be out at Nova.
Head.
3.
St. Paul. Five 23.
Alright.
523, I text you to a call for disorderly conduct. 211 North Washington is not in progress. 617 is Mary Boyle. She states she's in the second building, apartment 1. We reference to an earlier incident of a male subject making threats to her. Here's Felicity, I'm speaking to an officer.
I'll be around.
I-17 information. Bradley Fire called in to us to have them paid back out to Speedway for their mental transport. Transport. For that's my understanding. Bradley's going to be going back to Speedway. The mother convinced the subject to go with the ambulance.
I think she left with her mother, and they were going to the same areas as far as they told us, and she could not agree that I saw them going southbound now. 200 blocks South Kinsey. They must have returned, I guess.
Oh, just to confirm her location.
Well, I was kind of confused as to why they would go back there if she's wanting to go. 43.
X-ray 43.
Clear. No.
17, that's 10-4. She's at Speedway.
Simple. I'll try hitting it with.
I freaked you out.
$43.21.
Good.
Over.
Okay.
Yeah. 10:21.
I have it.
The tax papers for an address on East Metcalf. The tax number should be 1103.
Yeah.
Can't come K12, I'll be on the St. Mary's.
Yeah, I got 45 will be on thing.
5 on thing.
That's negative on the paper.
I think. East Metcalf, 12064 East Metcalf.
Good.
Great, address is requesting at 10:59 in about 10 minutes. They're going to be going to I-57 southbound.
Good.
Children, mother, children, and left.
Yep. 17, 2001, 20, Charles North, 79143. 79143. Chrysler Pacifica, on that. Yeah, 14,017.
That's not going to be a fire thing there.
10-4.
Simple. That's not that good because if that's what they
Okay, stand by.
Okay, Tom.
Good.
You want to let me know if you need officers over there?
Negative. February 21. Your papers can be returned, property is abandoned. 10-4. February, go ahead. 15, 18, Bradley. 15, 18, Bradley. Officer sitting, picture. Go ahead.
on 65 Route 54 St. George, a 74-year-old male, higher cylinder.
X-ray 43, take up. Good. F-43, ambulance case, 54 St. George Road, 74-year-old male in a lot of pain. X-ray 21 status. Okay, go ahead. Check for 20 damage.
I'm sorry, 26.
Cop 602. 602, go ahead. 12 and 17 are going to be out at 1090 Longfellow. Reference to follow-up for 2021 dash 5416. 5416.
One 35 cancel.
Go ahead.
We meet with Corey from his fleet. They need to make a report for theft. They've got a video of it that occurred on Sunday.
East River South for a moment.
King on 133. Always clear. I'm sorry.
Ambulance 45.
Can I call over permanent, please?
10-4.
Okay, you're from 43, paper. X-ray 43, go ahead.
370, John Casey Road.
10-4, 370, John Casey Road. Okay, go X-ray 10.
327 South Kensey Avenue. 327 South Kensey Avenue, Bradley elevator.
227 South Kinsey, 10-4.
Five and quarters.
Kinsey, the Hero City.
Okay, you're from 43.
Change reporters.
That's 10-4.
Okay.
Twenty-one, go ahead.
No service. Can't come 540 out of service.
Six 17 status.
Or if you can now put us out of the street, across the street, 1091, 1091.
10-4, 1091.
Okay, 65 station loaded.
Did we take? 6 p.m.
Forty-three status.
Something more. Yeah, we're no need further.
Status.
Delta.
10-4.
Okay, click right there. Heading. Same turn. Okay, come 523, 1 by 8.
Go ahead.
Last name Goal, Boy Ocean, Henry Lincoln. First name Mary, Bill F. Frank, 91546. 91546.
Through valid with a valid military.
Sandbar, 2652 South Sandbar Road, Yankee.
2652 South Sandbar Road.
Come 526. Can't count, 602.
602, go ahead.
You can go ahead and clear from that address. We're just going to be on foot checking different houses in the area for video surveillance. We'll just leave us out. Can't come at 44.
644, go ahead.
I spoke to the 1017 on telephone. 43 was provided.
10-4, X-ray 44.
We'll be clear. 2 favors returned.
10-4. X-ray 43, what was disposition on that Jordan Drive paper service?
No service.
10-4.
Here again, 533.
Okay.
Ambulance 45, rechecking your status.
Okay, they're on the way, no problem. You can go and clear, no service.
Sixty-seven, 4 patient load for the new good. Okay, 60.
Cool.
134, 10-4.
Is en route to St. Mary's, not emergency. One patient, one ride along.
Okay, I'm done.
Okay, son.
Be out of the city hall for a bit. No need for status.
It's an anonymous complaint of a dog left inside of a vehicle at Dollar General, 865 West Jeffrey, full of Buick.
Okay, Tom, you can show ambulance 65 en route to St. Mary's with 1 ALS.
Number 21. Driver Route St. Mary's.
344 Kingdom. Trey 44 Kingdom.
Go ahead.
Due to a follow-up, previous transport at 1189 North Bond Drive. Father's requesting on 21 for information.
Yeah. King from 43, favor.
Go ahead.
70, Stadium Drive, apartment number 8. Five for the ride, St. Mary.
Ambulance 1 requested at 1710 West Hickory Street. Diabetic patient passed out. Ambulance 1 requested at 710 West Hickory Street for diabetic patient that passed out. Time of page 1210. Acknowledge and respond on city fire.
No. Yeah, maybe we'll run a route 17 at West Hickory. One. Welfare check at 2155 East Maple, 2155 East Maple. 2 children checked on because the subject that they're staying with is allegedly 1056. The caller is the children's mother who does not have custody of her children. And like the aunt, Diana Zeno, is the foster care of these children at this time.
Nothing from Adam 6, you can 22, I'll start that way.
No service. 150 here.
10-4, 43.
Gang have 714 traffic stop. Again, Gladiolus, armed border town gun. Gladiolus, armed border town gun. Tennessee enforcement plate, Union 189952. Union 189952. So white track shirtless.
Gladiolus Avenue.
Okay, go.
Just checking your status again.
Ten 43 provided.
10-4.
David 106.
Taken from 6800. Need another superior unit to his quarters.
P5 out of St. Mary's.
United St. Mary's.
Attention to a call for a traffic complaint in the area of Swiss Chalet at 215 South Kennedy Drive. 217 is Catherine Silver, stated that a older model Chevy pickup, red in color, came up on the sidewalk and tried to hit her. Unknown to the caller who the subject was. White male driver. Caller will meet you at Hair Pros parking lot.
775. People 1103775.
Ambulance 2, Engine 6, requested to 110 Meadowview Shopping Center, Pachanga. 81-year-old male bleeding, head injury. Engine 6, Ambulance 2, ambulance call to 110 Meadowview Shopping Center, Pachanga. 81-year-old male, subject fell and has a head injury. Time of page 1216, acknowledge and respond on city fire.
Mother is en route to that location in a white Honda Santa Fe. She was highly irate with my partner.
Can't count 5:30.
5:30.
I'm gonna declare he's refusing any assistance. I'll be on my way.
Okay. Superior does not have a second change of quarters for you. Do you want Riverside?
That's 10-4.
Okay.
They milk you also now, Pachanga.
Rest of Pachanga. Adam 6. She is revoked 27. She is 1099 for resisting, not extraditable in our jurisdiction.
Don't have a unit for Holy for me.
800, are you 10-4?
We're 10-4. Let's try maintaining halfway.
Okay, you were Mantino halfway to Bourbon AC.
Can't count 602.
2, go ahead.
Will be clear.
10-4.
Citadel. Rehab, you have Citadel.
.313 Bel Air Avenue, no visual check there. Maybe one.
Seven can't come.
Ten four 714.
Can you give me a call, please?
Five 23, 526. 72, going change quarters halfway.
Okay, email 70 change of quarters, the halfway point.
Center and Brookline. It's got one of those black net style tailgates.
Thirteen 7. Go ahead.
$1060 general.
10-4. Also, just for 1043, my partner could hear an ambulance very close in the background. Vehicle may have been pulling over to get out of the way of the ambulance.
Okay, I'm 60 is at St. Mary's.
Okay, have you at St. Mary's?
Okay, got me emails too. On scene, will be out of engine 6.
Sorry.
Just your stretcher ambulance too. Just your stretcher.
Adam 6, K13 status?
No, we're gonna.
Ambulance 1 status? Ready?
I'm out with the elevator over.
9 net?
I have the dog secure. I'm out with the owner at this time.
Okay. Ambulance 1 status? Mounted.
DVD of surveillance footage for evidence. Be 10A with an ROF.
Okay. Rate 32.
I'll be clear. Dog was returned to owner in the field. Following the citation via mail.
10. Okay, 10.
Go ahead, proceed.
I'm gonna attach you to a Crime Stoppers tip.
10-4. Should be back in service hall.
Okay.
Didn't change your quarters halfway. Tank on 45 in service authority.
Okay, ambulance 72 at you halfway up with an A. Ambulance 45 returning.
When I'm available for calls if you have them.
Can I get change quarters ambulance from Bradley to Ashland, please?
Come.
Tank confirmation 6. We're in service returning from Pechanga.
10 for engine 6. Number 12 is 10 for at Ashland. Take your own time. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Corner route, Riverside.
Ambulance 1.
Please, there's any complaints. This was an attempt to locate for a battery, but we're not showing anything.
Keep on something disadvising.
10 for.
Tank on Madam 6. We have welfare check of the children. They are fine, being cared for well. She is not driving today. She's going to be on her way. We'll be back in service.
One 1089. 11089.
And there's nothing on it. You can probably clear. Give it a second.
Last name spelling, Paul Adam Nora, David Young Adam. First name spelling, David Robert Adam, Sam Henry, Tom Ida. Middle K King, 111602. 111602. Can't tell me most one I've ever said.
Brian, those ones. I'm getting no record on both subjects of Check the World. Expired. Stand by.
Can't come in able to do the ride, hey Mary.
Temporary ambulance too. F-23. Catherine is clear and expired. I have no record on Garcia. Garcita. She is in New World.
Which 458 West Broadway, number 2. Traffic correct right there.
X-ray 10, 911 missed dial, 411 West Main Street in Essex. Subject looking for a ride to a methadone clinic at Roseland Hospital in Chicago.
Police 1080. That's all we got.
10-4.
Apparently the holdup is she's trying to figure out where she wants her friend to take her next, and she needed 2 minutes to decide.
Jennifer.
CANCOM.
She is in New World. The address is confirmed in DOB. There's just no 27 status.
One police to pick up a BB gun they found in the bathroom.
That's fine.
Thanks, sir.
Go ahead.
I have a complaint of a juvenile on a small motorbike, Brazilian in Drummond, who's concerned he's going to get run over.
10-4.
Okay.
Flag down, 1050, the tire shop on Maple here. The suspect vehicle is going to be a black, Chrysler, probably 200, and it is eastbound on Walton, couple minutes time delay. There's besides going far from any county throughout that way.
December.
I think most of them have minimum movement.
$13 for 10. Cancel that. I need to do.
I'll be out at the intersection.
We're on the phone with her. She's requesting an ambulance.
Here, 43 transport of St. Mary. 3 St. Mary.
Superior ambulance, turnover from City Fire, hit and run on 2006 East Maple Street, the board machine, with injuries. Superior ambulance and engine 4, hit and run at 2006 East Maple Street, board machine, hit and run with injuries. Time of page 1241, acknowledge your response on City Fire.
All right, just going around 2006 East Maple.
Yeah, 1328.
Go ahead.
Edward 31780. Edward 31780.
Okay.
Okay, come 21. Possible 1010, not yet. 531 West Station.
531 West Station, 10 far.
812 block away. I'll do that first.
Ambulance 72 from 6800.
Go ahead for ambulance 72.
Can be released. Thank you very much for your assistance.
No problem. Urban Fire shall maintain all units 72 in service returning.
10-4.
Cancom Adam 6, I'll start that way from East Maple.
Stop.
Adam 3, I'm with you.
11 unknown, 1500 Commerce Drive, automated message stating crashes occurred, prompts not working, involving a leak-in. Three just for 43. Also, accident call southbound I-57, airbag deployment, Lincoln vehicle just before the 315.
That's probably the same.
It's one of them.
Yeah, maybe those 45 we're not the accident.
On 45 en route, I-57 315 southbound.
Okay. Should be related.
Also has that weighted verify.
Crossman.
Zero two around.
We have you around I-57 315 southbound. They're stating just before the 315, we had another caller state the 318.
Message received 315 to 318. Let's go ahead and advise me and Dino. Cancom engine 62 route.
Engine 62 en route.
.503, 28 return. B-Boy in Nora, 82250. Returns clear and valid. Judy, J. John, Corey at 50 Apple Lane on a red 2012 Jeep Utility, no 27 return.
Everything.
And 21 your status?
Secure.
Adam 6, they're out with 1531 West Station.
Cancom Adam 6, I copy secure. Go ahead with it.
1089, failure to appear traffic offense, Preston person, 528 of 04, 6 foot 130 black and brown. Sheriff's Office, Kankakee County. Have an exact location yet. There are officers en route as well.
Cancom name it 45.
45.
Going 315 exit. We'll be on scene shortly.
It is just before the 315 exit. Then comes Superior 43, come in. Superior 43, St. Mary.
Cancom 65 second district available.
District.
Ambulance 1 requested to 2006 East Maple Street for the accident. Engine 4 requested. Ambulance 1 requested at 2006 East Maple Street. Time of page 12:49.
Anyone?
21.
On 1095, I'll be en route to CDC with him.
Hang on, he's 45 on page.
Take out Bradley ambulance for suicidal subject 195 South Clinton. The caller sounded 1056, but stated her boyfriend hasn't taken his medication in a week and possible suicidal. The patient is a Todd Smith.
East Maple, this engine 4.
10 for ambulance 1, I'll have you available. Ambulance 2, you're on route to 2006 East Maple Street.
CANCOM, you can show 6802 on scene. I'll be slowing traffic.
6802. Ambulance 45 from CANCOM. Did you want Riverside for that call on Clinton?
Riverside charge. Don't have an ambulance for that Clinton call.
Riverside does not have a unit available.
10-4. O2, do you have a ambulance here back in the case? That's 10-4, you can base it off. Okay, I'm going to page Riverdale, cycle.
Terminate for the call. 10-4.
CANCOM, engine 62 is on the scene.
10-4. Command unit on I-57. Do we still need Mantino to respond to this accident?
CANCOM, that's negative. It's going to be Bradley Bourbonnais. We are on scene with it now. Let's go ahead and see if I can get a Mantino unit halfway change of quarters for me. Bourbonnais, Mantino, 7104 returning. I will send you guys ambulance 71 halfway. After some vomiting, so she's going to get checked out now. Okay, we're en route.
Can't call 517 on 216, please.
Got 65 to the route for Bradley.
Okay, ambulance 65 going to 195 South Clinton. Officers are still en route. Stand by for things to be secured.
CANCOM from Mantino 7104.
7104, go ahead.
I'm sending ambulance 71, change quarters to Bourbonnais, and can you punch us a ticket for the change of quarters, please?
Part 1, sir.
Stephen Hicks, 554, West Station. Just on the fire, really actually on fire, the Hicks College. I think it's confirmed. Can't comment with you.
Ambulance 2.
Shows on scene 2006. Travel then 4.
Yeah, could you check the address, please, see whether they didn't call her?
We'll give her a call back. She did call 911. There's a female subject named Chrissy Rusk. 1, standby.
Check for can't come. It sounds like it might be at that address. We'll check on North Two here further.
Trying to verify that location. Yeah. Stating North Clinton.
Go ahead, can't come.
Bradley's call. The address is going to be on North Clinton, 195 North Clinton.
10-4, can't come.
And the officers are still going to be route over there now.
Can't come. We're in the area north of Brooklyn. Can't come, man. I'm 6. I'm close to that. 12 and 22. Right.
First.
Down 303s and 3rds.
303, 10-4.
The 62 go. The state's requesting one of us stays up here until the tow gets not seen. You can do that, you want us to? You can go ahead and return. I'll stay up here. I'm going to pull closer to the scene, though. Clear.
The 62, okay, have you returned?
Can't come. You can change on 65 staging, about 30 seconds.
5 staging.
$530.
I attached to a call, just a death report, reference to a civil matter. 1017 is just wants a 21. She's not at home, just watching things through our camera.
Alright, again. Which unit was returning?
Urban ambulance 60.
Okay, 60, have you returned? Mancino and y'all.
Can't come. Mantino 71's change quarters with Urban A.
Change the quarters for Urban A.
517, just advise when it's secure for the ambulance to come in.
Just a moment.
Okay.
You see if animal control can be on the way over here. They've got towers on, but we're not able to determine whether get close enough to determine where they're from.
September 1744, what was the street again?
911 Miss Dial, East Division and North Locust. Female caller said she saw a road rage incident and all parties left the area.
area.
Can't come 13.
13, go ahead.
43, the other half, return. All of us 28 as well.
Temper, go ahead.
Charles George, 29959.
He disconnected, wouldn't give any further.
Anchor 43.
43, go ahead.
I'm 1060. There's nothing showing. I'm gonna be clear.
10-4.
611 from the area. Available.
Turn back down again. Which unit were you?
Urban 865, can you work on refusal?
Okay, working a refusal 65.
KCOP 602.
802.
You can show tow on scene 315.
Oh, on scene, temper.
South Canada, but I'm not sure.
Take time, go ahead. Okay.
Can't come ambulance 45 is going to Riverside.
Ambulance 45 to Riverside.
Ambulance 71 6802.
They're at 534 South Banner. They're back inside now. One of the children in the house didn't latch the gate. Not a problem at this time.
Right.
And for if you just change the address so we have a record in case it catches again in the future.
What number house is that for Tanner?
534 South Banner.
Okay, so 806 is re-temp for 911 Miss LL information was confirmed 306 West Zone.
10-4, we can disregard that.
Okay, have you returned 65?
10-4.
Station code 611.
611, go ahead.
The station for walk-in deceptive practices.
10-4.
You have the owner too if you need it.
This is Edward 33. Will you, one of you get me at my cell call?
I'll be out of Riverside. Multiple faces looking for status.
10-4.
There's a sexual incident victim at St. Mary's. Only thing they're stating is it occurred somewhere in Bradley.
Careful. 523 if you can head to the same area. And 526 if you can head to that one. So.
Roadway is reopened. Tow has the vehicle. All faces accounted for. Command terminated 6802 and service returning.
Message received. Have you returned?
.348 South Prairie, okay.
Disappointing to watch the sergeant at arms fail to issue a fine to Speaker
Yeah, John,
Pelosi
madam.
after
Yeah.
incontrovertible video evidence showed that she violated her own rules. It was just as disappointing to watch witness ethics committee Democrats switch their vote and
It's
pardon
Edward
their own
33,
whip
not
Jim
34.
Clyburn
You can
for his
also call Animal
violation in a
Control Office. I'm
biased,
back in the office.
rubber-stamped flip-flop. The flagrantly unequal treatment and targeting of Republican members is hypocritical and sets a very dangerous precedent. I will not stand for it. I came here to serve the people of the 9th District of Georgia, and I will not be deterred by Speaker Pelosi's political posturing and abuse of power. In the spirit of defending the Constitution from this abuse,
13, I did not get a return on your first car. The second one was okay.
Gomer, we will seek our justice in court, as there is none to be had in the people's house under the corrupt rule of Speaker Pelosi. With that, I yield to my friend Congressman Gomer for his remarks.
Thank you. We do appreciate you being here today because this is a
Yeah,
very
from
important
Adam.
action
If
that
you want
we're
to name it
taking.
25, I'll get the information from you and give them a call.
To follow up with what Representative Clyde said,
Okay, Tim,
what
I'm
is
over the,
this rule about? Since we know the chief of Capitol Police said there's no intelligence from any source that any member of Congress is a threat to any other, it's about optics to the speaker and those around her. It's not about doing the people's business. It's about keeping people with a different point of view from doing their business. And in fact, as a follow-up, we've been notified that we have to start telling, providing information on who visits us and what their topic is about. Well, this is covered by speech and debate protection. And as soon as the speaker starts telling us and shows us her records on everybody she meets with, then we'll start showing her information about everybody we meet with. So what is this about? It's about power. And we as Republicans have not stood up to the abuses.
Since 1961, there's been one race
From Democratic leadership. And I know some of you might say, well, you know, Jim Clyburn got fined. Well, yeah, and then they fined Hal Rogers so they could do a prisoner exchange so that no Democrat still has been fined for violating the metal detectors. I didn't even violate the metal detectors. I went satisfactorily through the metal detectors. on the day in
65
question,
seconds.
February 4th, the same day that the speaker violated the metal detectors going to the House floor. Well, I went through satisfactorily.
Well, good morning. How are you all today? All right. I first want to start off, and I want to take a moment to acknowledge and bring attention to the gut-wrenching scenes we have seen coming out of Florida.
Apparently, the victims being
Since that building
speaking of
first collapsed,
Riverside at this time. We got here
we mourn
gathering
the loss of the
information for a
18
few minutes.
lives who've perished, including the 2 children, ages just 4 and 10, whose bodies were found just yesterday. We continue to keep the families in our prayers of the more than 145 individuals who are still waiting to hear updates about their loved ones. I also want to thank all the first responders. I know they're working.
On 65, I believe your patient is actually going to be at the office. Try further.
I want them to know that we appreciate it as well. Just moments ago, I made a unanimous consent request on the House floor to fund Israel's critical Iron Dome defense system. As many of you know, Carrie, we have the president of Israel here this week. The Israeli government requested resources from the United States to help them replenish the weapon system supplies and equipment, which is vital to protecting the Jewish state from terrorist attacks. As many of you know, the Iron Dome is a defensive protection. We watched the number of missiles come just a few months ago. I made the request alongside Whip Scalise, Ranking Member Granger, McCall, and Rogers. Considering Israel as our strongest ally in the Middle East, this measure should have received unanimous consent. House Democrats had an opportunity to show a sharp contrast in the anti-Semitic rhetoric and actions taken by some of their own members, but they did. Their caucus rejected this proposal and turned their backs on Israel instead. Now, I have a real concern with what the Democrats are turning their back on, not just our ally, but also, I feel, turning our backs on America. We've watched in these few short months what they have done to the border.
X-ray 21.
The refusal to hold China accountable. Do we have any hearings this week in regards to the 600,000 Americans who've been killed from COVID and where it came from? The Biden administration Democratic policies are facing multiple crises in our country. We need solutions. That is why this week I announced the official launch of 7.
Join us for in-person classes, award-winning faculty, a vibrant campus, and opportunities you won't find anywhere else. Be your best you at Indiana University.
He found an armor from Convent. Anonymous caller advice. It's a crazy motorcycle guy. No further.
Yeah, bro. I'm kind of out of position. Go ahead that way.
Okay.
Okay, I'm 135.
343. Requesting police presence there.
I bet 99%.
526 information.
Good.
13-8, there's information in the narrative. A nurse in Riverside wants to 21.
Here, 533, hey, Mary.
Female 65. Have you on scene at the office?
Can't come. K21.
21.
I spoke with probation on the phone. They decided they want him at the courthouse. I'll be en route there. 80 miles, 28,842.
Adams, go ahead and come through the building all the way to the back.
Talked about treason and genocide and what would happen in military tribunals. And at Crowd Rising shared this. It's a great new proof. I'm going to share this. You guys know I don't listen to all the videos that come in my feeds, right? I don't have time. You give me a marker, like a minute mark. You drop a video, I'm not going to watch it.
It's a fire alarm. We're going to be paging out Bradley Fire.
I'm not going to watch it.
400 South Kennedy Drive.
8 minutes, and you just say it's about blah,
RMC.
blah. I'll go ahead and open
Arterium.
it. Check it out.
Fire alarm.
Check out the 26-minute mark. I'll check it out. This one just says great new proof. So I went ahead and I listened to this. Guys, I am going to say I am hooked. This account is called Magic Eyes Clonely, and I have to say it came out of nowhere. Has a YouTube and a Rumble podcast, and I am going to say
526, your incident number 16886. 16886.
Okay, go ahead.
The fire alarm.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Third party caller advising of a 1016 385 North Harrison, apartment A, Adam. Caller advises pregnant female attacking her boyfriend.
Okay.
Introducing Michelob Ultra Organic Seltzer. It has 0 grams of sugar and is USDA.
Sure, there's not even find anything.
As you can see, I am very proud to be able to announce the members of that committee this morning. Our chairman would be Benny Thompson. He's chair of the Homeland Security Committee, and he negotiated the bipartisan commission, and we thank him for his leadership. Chair Zoe Lofgren, House Administration Committee, which is having key hearings at the Committee of Jurisdiction for the safety of the Capitol. The intelligence being very important to this. Chair Adam Schiff of the Intelligence Committee. Pete Aguilar, House Appropriations Committee. That is a committee of jurisdiction for this, as well as being a member of that.
1062, heavy around the 400 South Kennedy, the Riverside Atrium South end of the building, fire supervisory. And then they also provide rooftop unit duct smoke.
Cheney of the Armed Services Committee has patriotically agreed to serve on the committee. She has a family matter she's dealing with, may join us depending on how long this takes. But we're very honored and proud that she has agreed to serve.
Doing route as well.
Representative Stephanie Murphy of Armed
Yeah,
Services
heavy around
Committee.
the 400 South Kennedy.
Representative Jamie Raskin, a constitutional scholar, as you all know. Oversight Committee.
26 is
That is a
handling,
committee, major
and
committee of
patient
jurisdiction.
actually went to Riverside and not St. Mary's.
Also on the Judiciary
526 is going to be following up with the nurse at Riverside.
Clear then.
10-4.
Yesterday, we saw patriotism on display in the House when it passed the legislation to establish a select committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the Capitol. It's been our hope, all of us, our hope, and the work of our distinguished chairman, Mr. Benny
Here
Thompson,
with 12, sir.
for us to have been able to have a bipartisan
10-4,
commission
X3.
passed in the House in a bipartisan way. It got a majority vote in the
I'm
Senate
gonna drop
in a
them off and then head
bipartisan
back out to
way,
this address, but I'll be
it did
clear.
not get the 60 votes.
Okay.
They asked for another week, another week, another week, another week, and at the end of last week said, we can't do this until 2023. So we can't wait that long. And we went right into motion to establish the select committee. As you can see, I am very proud to be able to announce the members of that committee this morning. Our chairman will be Benny Thompson. He's chair of the Homeland Security Committee, and he negotiated the bipartisan commission, and we thank him for his leadership. Chair Zoe Lofgren, House Administration Committee, which is having key hearings as Committee of Jurisdiction for the safety of the Capitol. The intelligence being very important to this, Chair Adam Schiff of the Intelligence Committee. Pete Aguilar, House Appropriations Committee. That is a committee of jurisdiction for this, as well as being a member of the House Administration Committee. I'm saying this in seniority order. Congresswoman Liz Cheney of the Armed Services Committee has patriotically agreed to serve on the committee. She has a family matter she's dealing with, may join us depending on how long this takes. But we're very honored and proud that she has agreed to serve on the committee.
They're really showing themselves to do really well. Come on, man.
Steve, status.
Or no status, being public.
No. 10-4.
Can I come through your 43 clear, St. Mary?
483, 10-4.
Okay, coverage 6217 of a large single story medical facility. Nothing showing from three sides. We'll be out investigating.
62 Yankee on team, nothing showing 3 sides and 62 command.
Because it's unsettling. Mary J. Blige was on Breakfast Club, what was it, a week ago? A few hours ago, 3 days ago, whatever. No one is bringing up the accusation from Danny Boy that she had sex with him when he was, 16? I think the age of consent in California is 18. No one is running saying pull. She even has a new pull her music off of Spotify. She's getting honored on Amazon. She has a documentary on Amazon Prime.
Yeah, Cop, you can show 6802 on scene. Command be advised, Charlie is all clear.
That were trying to knock down the patriarchy, that want equality. Where are you women that are rushing and screaming, boycott Mary J. Blige?
Ambulance 65
She's
here,
a child
status.
molester. She's a pedophile. Where are all those screams? Where are all those outcries, guys? Do you see that feminists are only one-sided? They don't want equality. They want the benefits without the consequences.
939265. Adam 839265.
Danny Boy said that on 2 interviews that I saw. 2 interviews that she had sex with him. And if I'm correct, I think she initiated it. Again, where are the outcries from our feminists?
530, what's your return?
Won't be any, guys. Mary J. Blige most likely.
Hey, Adam. 839265.
Perpetuity.
Returning clear and valid multi-owners. Michael and Catherine Safford. 3751 River Road on the black 2015 Jeep. No 27 returns.
No. R. Kelly is in prison right now. Well, he's in jail right now. allegedly touching underage girls. Why isn't Mary J. Blige in jail for touching an underage boy? It's something for you to nibble on. I'm Maurice Lavelle Wilson, BKA, the master of Bluebill disaster, AKA Nick Tyrese. I'm out of here. Peace.
Big time, folks. The 1028 out of Indiana when you're ready.
Spread your wings and your fins. Breathe
Stand by.
air. Excite your senses.
Can't come
Day
65.
tonight. It's time to see the world again. SeaWorld. For a limited time, save up to 35%.
Patient does not want to be transported by ambulance 65. She's going to drive herself to urgent care. You try to
65 returning.
Time to end the chaos. If darkness engulfs this world, all will be cursed.
517, 516.
Will be sacrificed.
Somebody up on the roof.
About 99% of it.
Expand on that.
Well, I mean, look at my predecessors. Did people say that Rich Daley held tea sessions with people that he didn't disagree on? Rahm Emanuel was
Cameron
a polite,
Lane was 1032 in the black
was
Kia.
a uniter? No. Women and people of color are always held to a different standard.
What I think everybody knows, but you didn't mention, I don't think any of your speakers here today mentioned it, is the reason why the hotels are empty, the reason why the storefronts are closed, is because of fear of violent crime. If I may ask my question, it's a simple question. There's a woman, a pregnant woman was shot at a hotel across the street from here last week at 4 in the afternoon. Of course, we have this horrific Juneteenth, 50-some shootings. A young Hispanic couple pulled from their car and shot execution style. This video has gone viral. I don't think we've had any arrests in this case yet. A terrorist came to Chicago and was stabbed in the back and murdered on Juneteenth here in the city of Chicago. Our police chief referred to the location of the stabbing as a homeless camp. Last time, I was born and raised in Chicago. I always considered it to be the financial district of Chicago, not a homeless camp.
Do you have a question, sir?
Yeah. So my question is, do you feel personally responsible for your rhetoric, your heated rhetoric is responsible for this off the charts violent crime in the city of Chicago?
So
13680.
Okay, 13680.
White reporter in the house.
So you know what? That's not appropriate, sir. If you look around you, sir, you're surrounded by white reporters. So I really ask you to do you feel responsible? Sir. Let me answer the question that you've already asked. So I don't know where you're from. I know what magazine you're from, and I know what your conservative viewpoints are. But on almost every question that you ask, you had the facts wrong. So here's what I will say in answer to about the 15 questions that you just asked. Let him ask his follow-up questions so he doesn't claim that somehow we're being biased and slighting the guy. Please, sir. It's 6:30 going on 7. Ask your follow-up question.
Well, my follow-up question is simply this. Many residents of Chicago feel that you've lost control of the city. Now it appears as though you've lost control of the Chicago City Council. Do you owe an apology to the victims of violent crime, the thousands of unsolved shootings and murders and stabbings and random stabbings in the downtown and the south side and the north side and the west side? Do you owe these people any apology?
So once again, sir, I ask you to get your facts right. Crime is not out of control in our city. In fact, crime is on the decline. All of our major indices show the decline in crime, and our homicides and our shootings year over year are down. That's a fact, sir. And you, sir, I was polite and allowed you to spew your rhetoric. which is offensive to me and others, but I'm trying to be polite and professional and answer your question. But if you want to write your own narrative and irrelevant,
They told him they're
to
going
what
to
I'm
need
gonna
everything
say
he's
and
got,
the facts
pull
are,
the gun,
then we'll just move
collar
on
ran
to
inside
the
the
next.
apartment building.
Okay, can you tell them there's like 4 police cars out here? If you could step out, we can help you.
They're real.
611 CANCOM.
Independence Day.
Disorderly conduct by
Freedom is never
telephone,
dear at any price. It is
1071
the breath of
Beechnet
life. What would a
Circle,
man
caller
not pay for
and
living? Mahatma Gandhi.
other half is an
Those who deny freedom to
ex-coworker.
others deserve it not for themselves.
Quit,
Abraham
but she's
Lincoln.
texting the
Show
caller.
your support for our beautiful country. Each new flag is a hope for a new, better, and stronger future for America. Let's make America great again. Visit the shop section at the restoredrepublic.co website and pick up a new flag for free.
Restored Republic via GCR. Special report as of June 29, 2021. The latest video will be shown earlier at the official website restoredrepublic.co. Judy note. The global currency reset rollout was a military operation, meaning no one would know the exact timing of an event that would cause tremendous chaos, trigger the reset, and invoke martial law around the globe. According to our military intel contact in an
I am going to say, I think this number is going to explode after what I'm going to share with you guys. It is the best and most sophisticated decodes of Q I have ever heard and seen, guys. But you have to give your undivided attention because he does show you many things. This young man has, I mean, he does digs. Now, many of you that do digs, you know how much time is involved with doing that, right? How involved and how it takes a lot of your time. He not only does that, he prepared these folders to follow along. So this is what's going on. He has all these
around
digs.
470
He shares
South
it in a
Cleveland.
very just,
This is actually a
he connects it to
fourth party
the law
caller.
of war. Okay, so he's connected it to the law of war, which is a 1,200 and some odd pages of information. And
Some more information
on
on owner. I'm going to head over to
But look at
124.
the spider webs on this. It's incredible. So I'm going to give you a 90-second sneak peek of this, and then I definitely encourage you to watch his show.
Now, for the main part of this video here, at the start, I'm going to cover the proofs you can see here at the bottom, number 18, and most of these ones. And then after that, for the rest of the video, I'll go over the other ones, but not in as much detail. So this is proof number 18. It's one of the best ones, probably the best.
There's actually going to be a Bourbonnais location.
It
I'll
is
make Bourbonnais for that.
chapter 18.9, which is
Yeah, we are on South Cleveland. There's
with
no
respect to
address.
violations of the law of war. And it covers page 1087 up to page 1091 in the law of war manual. Now, the whole deal with this, guys, is that there's this triple overlap or correspondences with the Q post numbers. Now, what I mean by that is that the first correspondence is the Q post number to the chapter title, Q post 1000.
160 heavy around 470 South Cleveland. The door should be open for you in Superior for change.
Chapter 18.9. And then the second correspondence is the page numbers of Q post 1087 to the same page number in the local manual. And then the third correspondence is the Q post
Cameron
numbers
Lane, I'm on the phone with the caller. He said they got away, everything's fine.
the lawful
He's
manual.
not giving me
Now,
much
those
information
footnotes
about where
do
they're
start
at.
to run on each chapter again, but because chapter 18 is the most
And he
important
hung
one,
up.
they do correspond very strongly to chapter 18 and some to chapter 11. But basically, I will show you in this proof how
Was there a
these
unit that
keepers
had
go
traffic
into
before the
detail about the
1032
law
call?
manual, right? And it's sort of using this proof as an example for the rest of the other proofs. I might not go into as much detail as this one.
Oh yeah, I'm hooked. I'm the fish, guys. I'm so hooked. This is the kind of information I really like because it actually
Superior, you can clear
different
55
way of
available.
decoding. I mean, it's completely. All of a sudden, I thought I was a normie or maybe a little bit above the normie level, and now I realize, oh my gosh, I was.
HBO Max, now with new plans to choose from.
What?
Starting at $9.99 per month.
That's great.
Or you can watch ad-free for $14.99 per month.
Try and keep up.
It's your choice. You still get access to HBO's groundbreaking programming, exclusive Max originals.
Wait, are you serious?
DC movies and series.
We're gonna have to work together.
The biggest Warner Brothers movies.
really like at the normie level, guys. And it's not that's not bad. It's just that I didn't really know how to decode him. What he does, he's putting a tremendous amount of hours of work into what he's doing. And he's sharing all the data with you as well. So check out those links, click on these, and it will show you how he's connected the dots. Where he came from, who he is. I am going to say thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's so incredible because it talks about, he did mention this. So it's kind of mind blowing, yeah? It makes sense. He makes a statement saying,
What?
So call pending for 1037 activity. 1017 is a customer at Ross. They advised they was inside Ross shopping. They came out and there's a bag that's hanging on her car door. She wants an officer to come and check it out. I know who put it there and what's inside.
Simple. 5:30. Simple. As soon as men get this loaded up, I'll head over there.
I will cut the head of the cabal off if you don't back down.
Go ahead.
No problem.
10-4.
Can't come load. I'll be back out of City Hall.
Yes.
Two, 5, 6, 1.
He called back Devin Johnson. He said he's on foot on Curtis near the school.
2, 5, 6, 1.
We were all over the area, so he's not telling the truth.
2, 5, 6, 1.
Up there, he must have left in a vehicle.
2, 5, 6, 1. 2,
Stay where he was. He's wearing a red shirt.
Well, can you go check and see if we can get contact with him? Okay.
Okay. 13 your status?
person that's meant as a vehicle, I'm gonna be allowed to cross.
Nervous Nancy almost looked like she was putting on a show. You got plenty of popcorn, corn pop.
Go ahead.
Nervous
And
Nancy almost looked like she
1017
was
would like
put,
us to know that 45 minutes ago at Walmart, a subject in a silver Altima handed a subject in a black Jeep a can of beer.
10-4. Even clears from that.
oh wow.
3, confirm 126 Big Chief.
Was Nervous Nancy reading a script?
Correction, 124, Big Chief.
Like 21 agree.
Trafficking persons is an appalling crime. It's a global crisis. It's an enormous source of human suffering. The estimate we often cite is that nearly 25 million people worldwide are victims of human trafficking. Many are compelled into commercial sex work. Many are forced to work in factories or fields or to join armed groups. Millions of trafficking victims are children. We document 11 countries where the government itself is the trafficker. For example, through forced labor on public work projects, or in sectors of the economy that the government feels are particularly important. For the 10th year in a row, the report documents how the Cuban government has profited from exploitative overseas medical missions. We also report on what's happening in Xinjiang, in the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region of China. The Chinese government has detained more than 1 million people in as many as 1,200 state-run internment camps throughout Xinjiang. Many detainees are subjected to physical violence, sexual abuse, and torture to induce them to work, producing apparel, electronics, solar equipment, agricultural products. So we must do everything we can as a country, but also as a global community, to stop trafficking wherever it occurs.
To 8500 east, 6000 south. Put it as a motorist assist for right now. If there's damage, we'll change it to an accident. Moving around.
10 for X-ray 21.
Can you comment with 34?
X4.
21X3. I'm over here above where you get
This is your News 4 update, powered by the Bomarito Automotive Group.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for choosing News 4. I'm Claire Kellett. Here are some of the stories making headlines. A new budget takes effect in the city of St. Louis today. The new budget eliminates funding for the Medium Security Institute, known as the Workhouse. News 4 told you inmates were moved out in June. Under this new budget, 98 vacant positions within the St. Louis Metropolitan Police Department are also eliminated. No current officers will be losing their jobs. The $4 million that was set aside to fund those vacant positions will now be redirected to affordable housing, victim support services, and the Department of Health and Human Services. In the month of June, there were 6 drownings on local rivers. And ahead of the holiday weekend, first responders are warning you that swimming on rivers not only puts you in danger, but also those attempting to save you.
Biggest thing that we encourage is,
Hey there, Patriot. I hope you're having a great day. Thank you for joining with me. I have something really remarkable to tell you about. It's about our true identity. I've been researching, and I basically have used this book right here, The Missing Links, Discovered from Assyrian Tablet. You're going to flip. They have been trying to hide who we are, you guys. If you're new to the channel, I'm just, like I said, I'm so glad you're here. I hope you'll join. If you, just real quick, make sure that if you are already here, make sure you have, you're still subscribed and that little bell is clicked, because I'm getting some very strange things happening on my channel. That's okay. They're probably messing with us. Just make sure that you like, share, and subscribe. Right, so I'm going to show you. I'm going to try to go very quickly, so stick with me. You're going to be so excited that you learned this information. And we have proof of our true identity. And you guys, we are not the lost tribes of Israel. We are the found tribes of Israel. And I'm going to prove it to you from this book. I've taken all these little notes and I've made it very simple to understand and broke it down. I would really highly recommend that you get that book. But in case you don't, you'll have this. Okay, so from Cuneiform Tablet, and I'm going to show you that today. You're going to really be amazed at that. Also, that the language, our language has roots in Hebrew. Who knew? Who knew? I didn't know that. The tribes, you can trace them all back to Israel, the names of each of the tribes. Well, I'll show you that. It's really remarkable. The artwork that was discovered in the burial site, you follow that from place to place to place, and then you can definitely know who our ancestors are. The laws that we've had in our ancestry, our heritage, have been rooted in the law of Moses. The heraldry, no doubt about it. All the heraldry, that's basically the symbols that are on the flags. Those are all, you can trace them straight back to the Israelites. And monarchy, I've shown you on other videos that you can trace the lineage of that all the way back to Judah. As well as the Lord prophesied, this is what he would do. He would scatter and then he would regather. And that's where we are in the timeline. This great awakening that we're experiencing with QAnon, this is part, as Q has talked about, this is biggest. So stick with me. You're really going to be so glad that you knew this, because whenever they try to hide something from us, that lets us know. That's what we need to look at, right? We need to find out what is it and why. Why are they doing that? So this is what the promise was to Israel, to Jacob, whose name was changed to Israel. God said unto him, I'm God Almighty, be fruitful and multiply. A nation and a company of nations shall come out of thee, and kings shall come out of thy loins. Okay? So they added the Gentiles. I don't think that's really the case. But a nation, this is what I believe we are. That is, we are fulfilling that. We are this great nation that the Lord had prophesied he would establish in the earth. And from the loins of Jacob, whose name was changed to Israel. All right, so this man, so amazing what he did. Let me read to you this little portion, and I'll as far as the cuneiform tablets and where they came from, okay? Assyrian artists have given us graphic pictures of the subjection of the cities of the Israelites and the deportation of the inhabitants in captivity in Assyria. They made artwork that depicts what we're going to talk about here, and they found it, and it's in the museum in England. Assyrian scribes also recorded on clay cuneiform tablets the record of the Israelites' sojourn into captivity. So they wrote all of this down. They got some Play-Doh, they marked this down, they baked it, and they had this huge library, and they have found all of this. These clay tablets were found in the excavations of the Assyrian Royal Library of Ashurbanipal in Nineveh. If you're familiar with Nineveh, that's the story of Jonah. Jonah hated the people of Nineveh. This is the same people. He hated them because they were ruthless. We're going to talk a little bit about that. And in 1850, they found this, and later they were translated by Professor Leroy Waterman of the University of Michigan. Wow. He was able to translate all of these cuneiform tablets that we have. His translations were published in 1930, and the relevance to Israel was overlooked at the time as far as the lost tribes. It was overlooked at the time. I'm sure it was just so many. It was a huge library. Imagine the like the Flintstones, all these rocks that you find, and it's just rock after rock after rock, and having to translate that took a lot of time. And also, it was undoubtedly because it was during complete disorder and among hundreds of miscellaneous texts dealing with the matter at stake. Contributing to this situation was the fact that the Assyrians called the Israelites by other names during their captivity. Okay, and just like maybe my name is Melissa, but in another language, it has a different way that they say Melissa. In the same way, that's what happened with the Israelites. They went by different names in different cultures as they would move around. So I'm going to show you that. But these are the missing links. These dates were dated around 707 BC, so I think 700 years before Christ. Okay, and they revealed the fates of the Israelites as they escaped from the land of their captivity. So they were in captivity, and then they escaped. And it tells the story of that. Isn't it amazing? These tablets form the missing links to enable the identity us to identify the modern day descendants of the lost tribes of Israel. So this is what it means, missing links. We found the missing links. We have the information that we need. All these Assyrian tablets tell the tale. But they've hidden this from us, okay, intentionally. They did not want us to know who we are and God's great plan for us. Now, here is a diagram of Nineveh. And so this is the place where they were digging. I guess this is like the library, and there's the palace over here. Okay, and here's the palace of Sennacherib, if you remember him from the Old Testament. So this is what one of the cuneiform tablets looks like, and all the little writing on it. If you look at it more closely, this is what it looks like here. That's a fish, and it's Sumerian and Babylonian and Assyrian and Neo-Babylonian, and that means fish, okay? So you go through and take the time, like Mr. Water, whatever his name was, did, you will see, you'll determine it. Because he's already done all that work for us. All right, and this is all in this British Museum. So if you end up going, you definitely go and see this. So they had this huge thing. This was one of their things by their palace. Isn't that amazing? They were by the gates. Isn't that something? So then, but they found tons and tons and tons of these tablets. So now, I want you to understand that it's so important before we get started to understand the names of the Israelites. They were called Gomri. Remember the book of Hosea, and his wife was Gomer, and this was that book really does talk a lot about the story of the Israelites and going into captivity. It's quite a story. I'll have to do a video on that one day. But Gomri, and then they changed the name to Gomer, and sometimes Gomer can sound like Comer, KH had kind of a guttural sound, and so they call it Gomer. Then in other cultures called the Miriai,
from that
or the Zimri, or the Celts, or the Teutons. So there's a lot of different names depending on the culture. Isn't that something? So it's very important for us to understand as we go forward. And I'll put a link to this if you want to read this document right here.
Okay, thank
Many
you.
names, one people. It's the same people moving around. Okay, so this is Israel. I want you to make sure to understand that there was the northern tribes, which is 10 tribes, and the southern kingdom, which is just Judah and Simeon in the south. Okay, so on the north side, with all these 10, they are the ones that we're talking about today. They're the ones that went into captivity in Assyria. Now, the southern kingdom went into captivity in Babylon under Nebuchadnezzar. We talked about that the other day on the video. But today, we're talking about the 10 tribes of Israel. Okay, so I'm going to show you real quick the tribes. These are, and it's funny, it's very important we understand this. There's 13, like how do you get 13? It's like a baker's dozen, right? You get 12 plus the one extra. Okay, so these are the actual children, 1 through 10. You don't count Levi because he was not, he was they didn't get land because they were the ministers in the temple. So they were in every one of the tribes. They were all throughout the kingdom. All right, so when you look at each of these 11, you don't see, through 11, you don't see Joseph. Like, where's Joseph? Well, his 2 sons they were adopted by Jacob. So whose name changed to Israel. Okay, so his 2 sons were Ephraim and Manasseh. Joseph's 2 sons were Ephraim and Manasseh, but they are counted as part of the tribes. Okay, so the order is that the Ephraim took Joseph's place in the line, and then Benjamin, because he's younger than Joseph, and then Manasseh was the 13th. Okay, so Ephraim was the one that, even though he was the younger, Jacob put his hand on his head, so he was considered the primary son. That's the way, that he did it, right? And his blessing. Okay, so that's how you get 13. Okay, so because of Joseph's two sons joining, so that's when you look at this, you'll see that you've got Ephraim. And because you don't see a Joseph here, right? You have Ephraim and Manasseh. And then there was actually another blessing. I talked about this in another video about why Manasseh got even a double. Okay? So this is pretty exciting. All right. So now let's back up just a little bit. Where did these people come from? Now we know they were living, here, right over here on the Mediterranean coast. But they came from here. This is where Abraham had lived. Okay? And he was in a group called the ones from Shem. And actually they were contemporaries. Abraham would go and talk with Shem and learn from Shem. And Shem was the one who handed down to him the rod that he passed down to his son and grandson. Amazing story. That's on one of my other videos recently. So this is where they lived. But he said, get up out of the land of your fathers. I want you to go to this land I'm telling you about. So he went over here to Canaan. But he did not end up taking the land. That was what his grandson ended up doing. Okay? So I want you to see that. And so when you see Shem, that's where you get the name Semites. Shemites. Semites. Cool? Did you know that? Isn't that cool? All right. So now, okay. So the people were all living in this area, but when you have the 12 tribes, okay, I'm going to go back to that. So they're all living here. All right. So then some people were not digging it. Some people were not digging it. Okay. Those 10 northern tribes, they were doing some really evil things, like what we learned about with the New World Order, and they would do this Baal worship. And some of these people were like, I'm out of here. I'm not feeling it, and I'm going to do business. I'm going to have a ship, and I'm going to travel, and I'm going to do sell my wares. And so they ended up living over here in Greece. Okay, some of these people lived over in Greece, and that's where you get some of these different ones. So I'll show you some of these that because a lot of times we think, oh, they're all just in one neat little pile right here, and then they move and they're all in this one. It's not quite that neat. All right. So this is the pre-captivity migration. So there's the Lacedaemonians. Those were the ones who moved to Sparta. They're the ones who were Spartans. Iberia, which those were all the way in Spain. As we think about, they're not, they didn't go all that way. Yes, they did. They went all the way to the British Isles. They had ships and they traveled and they sold their wares and did a lot of traveling. Saragossa was in, I think that's Spain. Zara, as in one of with Judah's sons, Zara, and Stronghold. This is the stronghold of Zara, and I think that was in Spain. Then you've got Hibernia. You heard of Hibernia, right? Like if you're from Louisiana, those people came lived in Ireland. Isn't that something? And that's a Hebrew way of saying Hibernia. It's whatever. Anyway, this is Hebrew. The Milesians, they were in Greece. All right, so these were all Hebrews. These were all Hebrews. They lived in different places. And so they comprised the Greeks, the Trojans, the Ionians, the Dorians, the Lacedaemonians, which are Spartans, and the Macedonians. Isn't that something? So those have already migrated. They've already spread out. And actually, the Lord had wanted them to go into all the world, even before the Lord gave that command. They were supposed to go and proselytize and tell people about walking with God. Whether they're doing that, I don't know. But anyway, all right. So then also, we've talked about this before in another video. If you haven't seen it, go check it out. That Judah had two sons. I'm going to show you real quick. Judah had two sons. Here's Judah right here, the third born. The third born actually was Levi, but the fourth born, now in the third position, is Judah. He has twin boys. He has the Pharez and Zara. And so Pharez got to rule in Judah. All the kings went through him, and then the Zara line had to find a place to rule. So they went to Ireland.
102 Paris
His name
Court.
was Aram.
There's a semi parked in a driveway in the cul-de-sac.
Later on, if you
Remember I told
Drivers
you
of
about
Lawrence and no
Kim
last
Effie? She
name.
went
They
over
said that you
to
guys would be
join
aware of them.
him
The caller
in
doesn't want to
Ireland, so
meet.
doing back
The caller lives at this
Vera-
address.
Vera's and the
Not sure of the
Tsar
correct
line,
address
maybe
or where
that's
it's
how the
parked, but he's
monarchy
like, I checked
started
out. It doesn't believe it
in
belongs
so
there.
this is the so there's a lot of migration prior to the captivity, okay? But this is what the Lord had said, because they had been doing so much evil. He says, I'm going to have to punish you, because I can't allow you to just continue doing this Baal worship. I can't do it. I will scatter you among the Gentiles and disperse you in the countries, and will consume your filthiness out of you. So that's what ended up happening. He said, for a reason. He said, I'm going to scatter you, and you're going to suffer. And when you go through that, then you're going to realize what you've done, and you're going to turn back to me. Okay. So this is what the Lord had promised in Ezekiel chapter 22:15. So here they go from Samaria, and that's what I heard is the reason we're called Uncle Sam. We have an Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam. I don't know if that's true or not, but like Uncle Samaria. Anyway, so they got hauled off into Nineveh. All right. So, but like here at the Tigris River. So that's where they were hauled off. Now I'm going to show you in this book. It goes into a lot more detail about these people were so ruthless. Here's some of their artwork that they have found, and this is depicting what they had done to the people, and just had the ruthless, the dead bodies here and there, and the people who were fighting. They just came in gangbusters. So there's that. There's this one here. I'll tell you, they're actually holding the heads of their prisoners, taking the heads of the prisoners. Yeah. So this is why Jonah hated them so much, because they were so ruthless. And it tells them in the book more about what they did. It's just, I'm not going to go into it. But these people did not play. They wanted the word to get out of what they would do to their enemies. So you better submit. And so, yeah, it was bad. It was bad. So here is an amazing rock I'd never heard of, the Histun. I don't know exactly how to say it, the Histun rock. This is, look at that huge thing. I'm going to show you exactly how huge it is. This is actually Darius, and he builds this, and he shows all these people who are now his prisoners. And they're not all dressed alike. They're all dressed differently. And so you think, oh, well, they're from different tribes all over. That he has conquered each one of those groups. And this one right here with the pointy hat, they actually think that is a sakan, so whatever, a hat that the Israelites would wear. Well, and so when you see the word Saka, think of Isaac's son, Isaac. Anyway, we'll get to that. All right, so this is where that giant Histun rock is, right here. It is right here in this northern Iraq. I'm going to try to show you a picture of it. Look how huge. Look at this monster. Isn't that something? I'm going to try to make that bigger so you can see how big this thing is. This is amazing. Look at this. And it has all this cuneiform writing actually into the wall. So it tells about all of his conquering all over. So yeah, that's amazing, isn't it? So this is right where it is, right where Darius had taken over. Now, then Cyrus came in, and you've heard a lot of great things, I think, about Cyrus. Cyrus said, you know what? I'm not really feeling all this. I think that we're causing more trouble. Well, I'm just going to have people want to be in my kingdom, and I'm going to do good to them. It's amazing. Cyrus has such a great reputation. This is his the Taylor stone, and this is his the cuneiform writing, which tells basically that he said, no, you know what, y'all go on home, go back to where you came from. The cylinder of Cyrus records his capture of Babylon without a battle. He states that he remedied the evil done by his predecessors, all these ones I was just telling you about, by sending the prisoners from Babylon back to their own lands. He aided the restoration of their temples and returned their gods. Wow, what a great thing that Cyrus did. Okay, so then a lot of people returned. There was a small compared to the number of people who were in Babylon. A remnant returned to Judea to build the wall. Remember, they were like, we need more people to come. They were settled in Babylon. They're like, I don't want to go now. And so the ones who returned were then called Jews. Okay, I don't think they were called Jews until that point. And in modern Jewry,
actually includes Edomites, which are from Esau, Khazars, which we know about those. If you haven't searched that, you need to definitely search that name. The Mongols and the Turks. So it's quite a blend. Okay, so don't think of the Jews as someone as specifically directly from the line of Judah, because that's not the case. Okay, so I think that's terrific of what Cyrus ended up doing. I'm going to show you then what he ended up doing after they left. All right, they began to migrate all over. And look, when you see Gamira, Qumri, Gamira right there, these are the names of the Israelites in the different cultures where they are going. So you see, they were taken in 721 BC, and then like at 679 BC, they start moving this way, moving west. And then they keep going through Phrygia. There's cuneiform writings about how they conquered Phrygia. And Chimeroi, this is more of the Phoenician name for them, the Greek name, Chimeroi. And then they came around here, and they were Sumerians in 525 BC. Okay, so this is on this side. Now this is modern day Turkey right here. So they start spreading out to the west. I'm going to also show you they started moving out to the east also. So they moved over toward Bactria. First they went to Iskuza, went to Mazagate up in the just east of the Caspian Sea. And then they went to Saka. Even now we're getting like 200 years before Christ. So we're really moving on down the line. So they were able to spread out. So that was basically what Cyrus did. And looky here, this is huge. The Iskuza went through the Dariel Pass of the Caucasus Mountains, as in Caucasian. This was around 580 to 400 BC. They were in the Caucasus Mountains, and they were moving this direction, spreading out. So then there were also, they've even found a tribe in India, in a place, Benares. The different names. All have different names from different cultures, but they found a group of Israelites there. Beni-Israel was found even all the way over here, and they think that was the beginning of Buddhism. They changed. They didn't have all their normal Hebrew symbols, but they just basically put in some basics. They said, we have a God of peace, and just some basic principles and that I think was the inception, the beginning of Buddhism. So around 500 BC, they went as far as China, but Huns pushed them back. So they ended up being in India, where I was just showing you on this picture. They ended up being over here. And so you'll find names in their writings of the Saka, the Sai, the Sakwang. This town in Benares is a tribe called Sakyas, Gautama, Lord Buddha, like a Lord of Peace. Sakyashina, line of the tribe of Sakya. Sakya saved, Sagate, the happy one, Sakya, the teacher. So, isn't that something? Many Israel tribe that they have found in, but by the first century, many of these people had lost their identity. They weren't still in. That's why he said for us to remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy, because that way we remember our heritage. We remember who we are. So they did not do that. They didn't continue. They didn't have the built-in, because they didn't have, I'm sure they didn't have Bible. So it was hard for them to continue doing that. Now, I'm going to show you through the Caucasus Mountains. So right between the Caspian Sea and the Black Sea, you see these Caucasus Mountains. So they have lived all up here in the Caucasus, as in Caucasian. And all these little diamonds are burial sites of the Caucasian. So when they've gone in there, they've looked into their burial sites, and they've seen, this is another way, as I was saying before, you can trace these people from place to place to place, because you see the same kind of artwork. Isn't that great? So this is just another confirmation that this is the same people group. This is a Scythian. They call them Scythians. That's another name for them. So many different names. Scythian, and this is a part of their artwork. Okay. So then they started moving from here to all the way across into Europe, just expanding. So there's the Scythians. The Sarmatians are Israelites who actually married Iranians, okay? So they are called Sarmatians. When you see that word, they're not the true Israelite. They are a mix, and they have been married into the Iranians. Sarmatians, okay? So this is where they're continuing to go this way. Now, if you notice, Germanic, what in the world is that? Rome ended up calling. So this is right getting to the time of the Roman Empire, right? Right around this time. So you see that the Romans called them Germans because that's a word for genuine. To differentiate them from the Sarmatians, they said, let's call them Germans because they are the genuine, the true Israelite that is not mixed with other nations. Okay, so yeah, and then you've got these changed into Celts, and they're going all into Spain, into all throughout France, all throughout even into Italy. But for the most part, this is what they were during the time of the Romans. Galatia, as in Galatians, right? The people who called, so the Romans called these people barbarians. The barbarians are actually our family, the Israelite family, our ancestors, whether it's by blood or by faith, they are our ancestors in either way. And so this is Gali, or they call them Gauls. And so this whole yellow area is the people where the people had taken roots. Now, the Romans never conquered Britannia. They never, Brittany or whatever. They never conquered that. They only conquered all of this. They were able to stop, control this before the fall of the Roman Empire. All right, isn't this amazing? And so then let's talk about Britain. Here are the different tribes in Britain. And if you remember Saxon, again, that's Isaac's son. And as I would say before, already living here are people who have Hebrew roots, starting from Teotepi and Harriman. So they're already there, and so they already have a
people. Could you just change it to criminal trespass? It's a civil matter. I'll add notes in there if showing units of service. Yeah, fine.
We're at back here.
Handcuff by 40. 359 North Grand, follow up for case 16715.
X10, Aaron. X10, we're going to be advising the state of an accident that occurred on 114, about 14,500 East 114, the gray F-150 and a Chevy truck. I forward. 10-8, I added a narrative. Order. X10, pending call. Call for another accident. It's going to be at 18 East and 3 North. 18,000 East and 3,000 North, bronze Chevy Silverado that went into the ditch.
Yeah, come 5.3 out of 2. Kitty count 530 is out of service as well. Check order.
Six 26.
I'll be on shift. 10 to 26, and there's another used car from Brown out. That's like 10
26.
And then trade 21.
X21. X21. Did you have traffic? It's 26, Kingham. Does this information have another pending call out east? It's for a burglary, unknown when it occurred. 14870 East Colonial Street. Advise that the front door is open and the caller hasn't been through yet. I think it's the car's on. No.
Okay, I got 35. Good.
Skyler, Ethan Skyler, Adam Young, 17606, Adam Young, 17606, on a Chrysler 200, two times, disregarding its lane, southbound Skyler.
Adam 6, Adam 4.
What kind of vehicle is it? 200, the plates don't match.
10-4 southbound on Skyler from what intersection?
We're east. He's at River Road now, southbound.
10-4.
8684.
Yes, sir.
Well, you're not 10-6. Can you step up there for me, please?
10-4, I'll be in around.
Hey, 12, were you pursuing that?
Lights are off.
10-4. You got tied up in what color was it? So I think at least by county.
Color Chrysler 200, male driver, female occupant.
You know, this information. City attempted to do a traffic stop of a silver Chrysler 200. Silver Chrysler 200 that took off east and south, going southbound on Skyler from River Road. I've got a 210 question for your time. One to go to which first follow up. 10-4. Vehicle was Adam Young, 17606. Adam Young, 17606.
did not match the vehicle. Then 20 returned out of Diamond, Illinois to a Frederick West on a red 2007 Ford.
Tower exit port.
K21, 1016, 1064 West Station. 1064 West Station. The 1017 is going to actually be at Riverside ER. Subject was choked and thrown to the floor. 1017, Sarah Reinhardt.
Comic 55, 1041.
Tower exit back. 55, 26.
Go ahead, sir.
There's a call pending, Burglator residence, 14,000 east. You can head out that way. 54 can handle that 1050 and 18,000 and 3 north. CANCOM verify is it on our side or Indiana? It identifies Indiana.
CANCOM X21.
X21.
43, 430 is on scene. We're going to stand by for traffic control.
Correct. Outdated service doesn't have no return. I remain on foot in the area.
Therefore,
Ambulance 1 needed, Miller Rehab, E. Edward 108 for a subject with low blood pressure and weakness. Ambulance 1 needed, Miller Rehab, 1601 Butterfield Trail, room E is an Edward 108 for a subject with low blood pressure and weakness. Time is 14:28. Respond to city fire.
Greenwood, southbound on Greenwood, subject on a dirt bike, and a little kid on a four-wheeler going southbound on the sidewalk.
That works.
Yeah, I got 35 units section office.
Hi, 7. $39.26. Can you head out to 54 call, 55 call, correction, back them up on a possible burglary or residence.
Somebody's parked in the driveway. Nothing I can do right now. caller's not answering. I'll be 10-8.
10-4.
Correct.
Some got asked for the 5 months for that. Okay, I'm 35 on 50.
Good one.
Count 65 around regard.
Just for 43, we feature ambulance to 423 South Brevard Street for a 62-year-old female possibly having a heart attack.
Yeah, 4. Anybody close to that? Run down there. Or 44, I know. Show again tonight. CPO.
Good one.
T13A3. Go ahead, sir.
Could you give me a call, please?
10, sir.
Okay, time number 33.
Go ahead.
I'm going to be clear, both traps are empty. Summer.
X, 32 extra.
Yeah.
Try to call you back.
Yeah, horse. Yeah, my phone is up.
Okay, 44, 6.
10-4, perfect.
street maintenance. For a follow-up, I believe, from earlier today for final case of 195 North Clinton. They just want to call if you could read the last two entries in the narrative.
Yeah, 144. She is conscious and talking.
Operation.
Go ahead, Cancom.
Patient advised she's conscious and talking at this time.
Cancom.
Negative traffic.
She is conscious and talking.
About 23 feet away from 1076 River.
Okay.
Have I have you on scene?
Good. Purpose of the traffic stop, I'm updating myself in the zip roads. Apparently the vehicle was stolen out of Will County. Just update county on that, please.
I'll be out checking this mobile.
This information, reference to city's attempted traffic stop. That vehicle, the silver price for 200, returned stolen out of Will County.
That's what.
Okay, complete that. Was there any further? I spoke with the employee here, he has everything set for. Check the area, UTL, he has the back in service. County and countywide units, this information for
countywide units that may not have heard, city assistant stopped the vehicle. We'll say River Road and Skylar, River Road and Skylar. Vehicle continued going southbound. Should be a silver Chrysler 200. Silver Chrysler 200. The 28 on the vehicle was Adam Young, 17606. Adam Young, 17606. That is not the correct plate on the vehicle. The vehicle was actually stolen out of Will County, occupied by a male and a female. Last seen about 15 minutes ago, heading southbound on Skylar from River Road area. That is all.
For River now. Okay.
Case wrong. 219, 1017, was a burglary that occurred at Favor Floral, 869 West Jeffrey. Apparently it occurred between Friday and yesterday. 1017 Richard Favor. I got one by name, Joby. All right, Temple. The Boy Union, Tom, Lincoln Edward, Robert. First name is Lazarus. It'll be Lincoln Adam Zebra. Edward, Robert, Ida, Charles. Middle is D. David. Date of birth is 11/17/80. 11/17/80. Male. Stand by. Adam Norris 34722. Adam Norris 34722. Honda Pilot.
Can't come. Accident, William Latham and Brown. William Latham and Brown. It's going to be a KCTC bus for a Buick Navarro.
No, dude.
Hello?
Thank you for holding the line, sir. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing fine. Thank you for asking. Sir, on which card would you like to get the lower interest rate on your credit card? So would that be Visa card and Master?
Hey, we found the people that sold you the equipment to make this phone scam. You know what we're going to do to him? Huh? And plus, you're being recorded right now, dude. Hear the echo? Echo! You hear it? They got you, dude. Your mama's gonna get your ass.
Survey. Marshak. That vehicle's GOA, all the alleys are cleared tonight.
Here's from take 21. You can show me 10-8. I won't do a report documentation only. I did give her some numbers to call for our shelters and stuff. So, please. Did not want police service. The medical staff called.
Yeah. The pool is running loose. They believe it belongs to 455 South Elm. That's right.
$144 your status.
CANCOM 65 Zeta Riverside. CANCOM X55, I'm 23.
10-4. Addison.
A green grizzly.
Good.
It's just like any real
Style 231 South 3rd. Spoke to Cameron Ford. He called because he locked himself out of his residence. We gave him the number 2 locksmith. 10-4. He told me to swing by, check his status.
We're not
Clear.
making rainbows and bunnies. What I hear is that people have hard jobs, and I'm like, well, welcome to the club. We have created a culture where people, if there is anything that anybody would want to raise, there are avenues for them to do so, so on and so forth. So, I mean, that is just a real gift for no self-awareness on Simone Sanders' part. And certainly not leadership there either, because wouldn't you take responsibility and say, look, the vice president and I have talked about this. And if there are people who feel that this is a toxic work environment, we need to speak with them. So we're not going to publicly tell you what these conversations are
Yeah,
going to be.
yeah,
Like,
35.
we want to make sure that we make it right.
Right.
So the next time you talk to us, we have all the facts. Like, you know, communications for some of us
Two
actually is what we
issues,
do.
notice
I don't know
here.
what she's doing. Bunnies, and you're right. They are making cookies. Can I just have a quick follow of you, Emily? Because it's interesting. You have
Bill gas and 226.5 are protected addresses. I need to look at this again.
I mean, maybe she didn't want to apologize. Maybe those were the words.
Yeah,
I'm
but-
sorry. She wanted to use those two words. She preferred, I didn't know about it. But was there ever an effort on her part publicly to say, even though I didn't know about it, this is wrong, potentially a crime,
45.
toxic work environment. Let me work on that, if in fact that's true. And this person of 14 years that I've known,
Yes, sir.
apparently I didn't know him as well as I
76 to
thought.
540.
But that doesn't change what I think should happen next and how sorry I am for his victims or whatever. Did she ever say anything like that?
No, because that would have been a perfect communications message to put forth, and we know that she's sort of falling short in that department. Absolutely not. And at that point as well, the actual settlement came after she became a senator with the
911
Attorney
missile,
General.
685 Halfway Road, Swift with Nancy. She confirmed no information. She's just having some phone issues. She thinks she's very good with her phone. She's got a history of some missiles and one fireworks call, no problem.
The Californians don't forget, and I think that's also
Okay,
a pattern of her
22.
saying she's committed to, for
Temper.
example, victims of sexual assault, toxic
the border.
workplace victims, etc. But her actual decisions, her actual behavior is totally opposite.
And an apology would have been an admission of guilt, and we know that that would have been unacceptable. There's no accountability for the Kamala chaos. And again,
Hi, everyone. I'm Brian Kilmeade. I want you to do me a favor. I want you to click to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page. This is the only way that I know for sure that you're not going to miss any great commentary, any great news bites, any great interviews coming your way on Fox. You can get it all here on YouTube.
Right.
So subscribe right now.
There's no exigent circumstances.
Students can learn in lecture halls anywhere.
But here, we're doing cutting-edge brain tumor research.
You can ask yourself, how involved do I want to be?
I want to be really involved.
Congresswoman Ilhan Omar appearing to backpedal on her recent remarks, claiming some of the Jewish Democrats in Congress have not been partners in justice after widespread backlash. On Wednesday, she tweeted this. Most of my colleagues across Congress may not be refugees themselves, but fleeing war and persecution only to find a refuge in the United States of America is the Jewish American experience. This binds us. That is why it is so important for us to build solidarity in the here and now. New York Congressman Lee Zeldin is co-chairman of the House Republican Israel Caucus.
That word Connie
comments-
has it, and also can you
It's
spell
not the
Jeanette's
first
last
time.
name for me?
And it happens repeatedly. How do you think of it now? I mean, I'm assuming that people are a little bit fed up and not thinking that these sort of fixes that she tries to do after making these statements
Petitioner on the
are
order of
actually
protection
hitting the mark.
is
Yeah, we all know it's going to happen again. There was the history of statements before Elon Omar came to
Never.
the House, and then all of the statements since related to anti-Israel, but also anti-Semitic hate. Before she came in, was talking about how Israel's hypnotized the world. She has said since coming to the House that if you support Israel, it's because you've been paid off by Jews. I'm paraphrasing how she worded it. She says it's all about the Benjamins. Those are her words. Then there are the non-anti-Semitic, anti-Israel hate statements that have also raised concern. She's a member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee. She has blamed U.S. foreign policy for the Al-Shabaab attack in Kenya, blaming U.S. foreign
Yeah, if I have
policy
Bradley
for
out with one that was just issued today, they're at
Instead of
Gas.
blaming Maduro, she once requested leniency for ISIS fighters, and she says on 9/11 some people did something. So that's also a concern. She was asked a question this week, point blank, do you understand why you have colleagues, including Jewish members of the House, who are upset by the statements that you
It'll be a
made,
Brent Hartman, and I'll have them
specifically
do
saying
that.
that Israel's hypnotized the world and that it's all about the Benjamins. And then she went on the attack against those members. And in the tweet thread that you just referenced, in another
540
attempt once
kickoff.
again to partially walk back some of her statement, she's still not answering the question. So I don't believe that she really even understands what the problem is with what she said. She tries to equivocate anti-Semitism with all sorts of other things. She references xenophobia, Islamophobia. and more.
Yeah,
So
go
I
back
actually
44,
think that there's a
22.
100% chance that this is going to continue,
Yeah.
and that she should be
Yeah,
removed from the House Foreign Affairs Committee. There should be actual consequences.
Yeah, and Congressman, I'm just wondering why you think she's suddenly walking this back. Because on CNN just a couple of days ago, she was adamant. I mean, she was not about to say that she had any regrets at all for comparing Israel to the Taliban and to Hamas. And then suddenly she has this change of heart. What's the motivating factor in your assessment for that?
Behind the scenes conversations with people like Speaker Pelosi and others. She has had these conversations in the past. The position is that she will not apologize. There is no regret for these statements as she moves forward. This was something that Rashida Tlaib, her colleague, started to press pretty passionately a little over a year ago. And in many cases, Ilhan Omar has stayed true to that. You just referenced the most recent scandal from a couple of weeks ago, where she was equating U.S. Israel with the Taliban and Hamas. Here is a member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee. If your standard is that Marjorie Taylor Greene should be removed from all of her committees, that Steve King shouldn't be able to serve on any committees when he was here, well, let's see that you have one standard, not two, and apply that equally, because what we're seeing from Ilhan Omar is far worse than any other member that I've come across during my entire time that I've been here in the House.
Yeah, she has gotten a great deal of pushback for that. Congressman Lee Zeldin, thank you for joining us, sir. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Drivers in the United States are qualifying for a $637 refund from the Safe Drivers Initiative. This new relief program was recently administered to help lower car insurance rates, giving a $637 check back to the responsible driver. If you have not been recently convicted of a DUI, been charged with reckless driving, or been at fault in a car accident,
Location email is available.
Ken Paxton, Texas Attorney General, traveled with President Trump to the border yesterday and is now in the Faulkner focus. Great to see you, Attorney General. Let's begin by just looking at the stark difference between Kamala Harris as vice president at the border in El Paso, Texas last week, the former President Donald Trump at the border this week.
So if you're asking for the comparison, it really is amazing. The difference of going to El Paso and going to a place where things are actually happening, where we're actually having issues. The president came to the place where the action is happening, where the illegal crossings are occurring, and where Border Patrol, our sheriffs, our local law enforcement are having to deal with real issues, and not just human trafficking and people coming across the border, but also all types of crimes, including the drugs coming across in large measure.
You know, you're having to deal with the repercussions of changing policy. I mean, it does come down to legalities when you're talking about a Title 42 and how you handle people who come into your state of Texas. When the president says it would have been better had Biden just gone to the beach and done nothing, what is he talking about in terms of how things really have changed?
Well, as a border state, the president's exactly right.
Would you still like to be attached to it?
If Biden would have just left things the way they were under the Trump administration, where catch and release was no longer happening, where the Border Patrol were allowed to do their job, where you didn't have a president inviting people to come across and saying, hey, we're not going to deport you, and then eliminating the Stay in Mexico program, and then eliminating the building of the wall. That's a lot of stuff that was working. So if Biden would have he's right, if he would have just gone to the beach and done nothing, we would still be progressing towards better border security instead of undoing all the good that happened under the Trump administration.
You know, I want to get into just a little bit about how the messages are differing too, because when the vice president, Kamala Harris, went down to the Northern Triangle, she visited Guatemala and Mexico, she said, don't come, do not come. And then her message flipped. She flip-flopped on that and went back to more of a Biden policy, which is more open door. How does that differ to what former President Trump says we have to do right now?
So, I mean, this started day one with the Biden administration. He literally invited people to come, and they obliged. And the numbers show it, the facts show it. All the numbers from the Trump administration, the improvement, the massive improvement from the Biden administration to the Trump administration, and now this falling off that happened really fast. Like, just look at the numbers from a year ago to now, all of them, whether it's crime, whether it's drugs, whether it's illegal immigration, it's all changed in a very dramatic way. The president is right. And I love the comment about him being called the actual border czar.
Yeah, you know, one of the numbers that we're hearing about this week that is just stark in some areas, the amount of fentanyl coming in across the border has risen by 4,000%. That comes with crime. That comes with a whole lot going on in this country. I mean, this is a wave now that will take years potentially to undo if they don't start moving quickly. A Texas Democrat, Philemon Vela, says, quote, "Let's make one thing clear. The narrative of a violent and insecure border region is blatantly false. The border is not a war zone, and the wall Abbott and Trump are trying to get Texans to pay for is not only a waste of their hard-earned money, but also an un-American symbol of hatred." Attorney General Paxton, what's your reaction to that?
Well, my reaction is very simple. If you talk to the people that are dealing with this every day, border patrol agents, they like the wall. The wall was built the way they wanted it built. Trump took their advice. He went to the people that were dealing with this as professionals, not as politicians, but as professionals following federal law. And so the border patrol agents who actually do this every day would disagree if they had the chance to be honest, because I've talked to them. I know the president's talked to them. I know the governor's talked to them. They would disagree completely with those statements by that Democratic congressman.
You know, I caught the way you put that, and you choose your words very carefully, I know. If they had the chance to be honest, how are politics at play here?
There's no doubt that they are encouraged not to talk, and I know that because I have talked to them. I talked to them during the Obama administration, and I knew they weren't supposed to talk then. And then under the Trump administration, they were allowed to talk, and now they're back to not being allowed to really say honestly what they think. And I understand that they lose their jobs if they do. And so there's definitely an attempt here to keep transparency away from the American people about what's actually happening from the people who know best.
Well, look, now what's very transparent is what you and the governor of Texas are having to do to deal with this. And South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem is one of those who answered the call coming from Texas loud and clear from the governor. She is sending National Guard troops to the border to help out. Here's what she said today. Let's watch.
Typically, securing the border would be the responsibility of the federal government, but our federal government is not doing their job. The governors of Texas and Arizona have asked us for help, and this is a mission that National Guard is trained and equipped and does with excellence. So when they made the request to me, I started running the protocols, asking if we had volunteers in my National Guard that would want to do this mission, and had more than I could possibly anticipate.
Attorney General Paxton, this is not a good look for the Biden administration. I mean, it would seem that governors in the great states across America are willing to do more than the actual federal government to help out the state of Texas. Am I getting that right?
God bless Kristi Noem, and God bless Ron DeSantis. God bless some of my friends, Attorney General friends, like Todd Rokita in Indiana, who are trying to figure out how to help us because they realize that we have a severe problem that isn't going to just affect us. This fentanyl problem doesn't just stay in Texas. The smuggling of human beings and human trafficking doesn't just stay in Texas. Yeah, I think it's a very sad commentary that the Biden administration will not help us. And just the opposite. They're doing just the opposite of what needs to be done to help us. They're hurting us.
Well, and from what you've been sharing and what we know from other leaders is that the American people, unless they see coverage of a former president whose policies were flipped, unless we have these kinds of conversations, and I have them with Democrats too, they're not going to know just how bad it is from this administration. We started with Kamala Harris and where she went. Your last quick thoughts.
My last quick thought is thank you, President Trump, for coming to the border. It brought attention to a very massive problem along our border that will not just stay in Texas. It will not just stay in Arizona. It will affect the entire country. And it's going to be very costly from an economic standpoint and a social standpoint. So I really appreciate that he came. I appreciate that the governor put this together, Governor Abbott. It was a success in highlighting the problem at the border.
You know, I've had representatives in the House, GOP, tell me that they were not invited to be with a Vice President Kamala Harris. Maybe in the future that could change if she does go back. From the great state of Texas, Attorney General Ken Paxton with me today in Focus. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Hi, everyone. I'm Brian Kilmeade. I want you to do me a favor. I want you to click to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page. This is the only way that I know for sure that you're not going to miss any great commentary, any great news bites, any great interviews coming your way on Fox. You can get it all here on YouTube. So subscribe right now.
Hey, Lamar, you still going over there? Can't come 13. Yeah, there's a outfit trip going out. You put the calls all the time here. I don't know.
And welcome to Hannity. And tonight we are broadcasting from the South Texas airport. We're only a few miles from the U.S.-Mexico border, where for the entire hour we will be joined by the 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, along with the Texas Governor, Greg Abbott. And we'll also ask the president about some other questions, other issues of the day. But, of course, Donald Trump, no stranger to the southern border after his predecessor, Barack Obama, left him with an absolute mess. President Trump, he made it his top priority to secure our nation's borders. And that means enforce laws, protect our sovereignty, protect our borders. He restricted asylum cases. He stopped Obama's disastrous catch and release program. He instituted what was known as the Stay in Mexico policy for new migrants. He negotiated deals with several Latin American countries to expedite the deportation of illegal immigrants. He successfully built nearly 500 miles of new border wall. And this is important because he told migrants around the world, do not come to America illegally. He was very clear. Don't make this dangerous trip. Don't send your children unaccompanied through Mexico, across the Rio Grande and the desert into the border. Make no mistake, President Trump's actions and rhetoric were as effective as they've ever been. For example, look at this headline, quote, Trump immigration policy showing results with the illegal border crossings plummeting. Here's another from Axios. Illegal border crossings continue to fall as U.S. enforces asylum agreements. And another quote, like them or not, Trump policies are reducing illegal immigration. Now, sadly, just after Joe Biden was sworn in, he reversed almost all of President Trump's border policies. Now, you might remember this. It was after Biden and Harris, they told migrants, oh, come to America, come seek asylum in America. On the campaign trail, Biden literally telling migrants to surge the border. Let's play the videotape.
What I would do as president is several more things because things have changed. I would, in fact, make sure that we immediately surge to the border. All those people are seeking asylum. They deserve to be heard. That's who we are. We're a nation that says if you want to flee and you're fleeing oppression, you should come.
President Sippy Cup seemed a little more alert back then in 2019. Now, the results of Biden's border surge have been catastrophic. In February, illegal immigration more than tripled. 100,000 illegal immigrants apprehended in February, 170,000 in March, 178,000 in April, and a whopping 180,000 in May. And by the way, that's only the number of people we caught. There are record-setting numbers, a 30-year high for illegal immigration. And get this, more unaccompanied minors are now crossing our southern border than ever before. It is a crisis of a monumental scale. Border Patrol agents, I spent a lot of time with them today. They are overwhelmed, overworked, dangerous cartels. They are making millions in human trafficking and taking advantage of the fact that all the resources are being used to basically process people illegally into the country. That gives free rein to the drug dealers, the human traffickers. We know where 90% of America's heroin comes from, our southern border. We know the fentanyl crisis. We know the number of deaths that happen each and every week, about 300 all across America because of these drugs. Migrant facilities now operating at over 300% capacity. And with the help of the Biden administration, illegal immigrants are being relocated all over the U.S. in exchange for a mere promise to show up to a late court date if that date is even given out. This crisis has no end in sight. But instead of reinstating the successful policies of Donald Trump, well, Joe Biden, he punted all border duties to his vice president, Kamala Harris, who for months and months flat out refused to even visit. She finally decided to make a stop in Texas. Well, she had time to stop by El Paso for a couple of hours on her way to Los Angeles. One big problem, El Paso is not where the current crisis is happening. It's happening right here where we are. And according to a new Harvard-Harris poll, voters now rate Kamala Harris's performance on immigration as poor. The same poll shows that 68% of voters believe the Biden administration that they are to blame for this surge. 61% also blaming Biden for the surge of unaccompanied minors. 55% think Donald Trump's border policies never should have been undone. 80% think illegal immigration is a serious issue, but it's not clear that the Biden administration is able or willing to secure our southern border. Actions, they speak louder than words. And to that end, during his presidency, Donald Trump visited the southern border all by himself 6 times. Joe Biden has never visited, not once. Just think about that. Now, tonight, we're here of the crowd of great Americans, including many friends of President Trump. I see my friend Louis Gohmert is in the crowd. Congressman Billy Long, he is here with us. Governor Abbott will join us on this stage. But first, joining us right now, right here in South Texas, the 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
54 seconds.
This is a big crowd. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Wow. What a group. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Wow. What a group.
Have a seat, sir.
Nice.
Okay, I just have one minor complaint. I did not get that reaction when I came out. Thank you, Mr. President. Great to have you.
Hi, Sean.
Boy, you know, I guess one question.
There's an open there, you get that
ask this
light
crowd,
that Harrison
do you
station
miss
are
them
flashing.
yet? I think I know the answer. From day one, the day you and Melania Trump came down that escalator, you talked about securing our country's borders. You got to fight hard to get the money to build 500 miles of wall, stay in Mexico policy. You built the wall. You ended catch and release. Now we see what's happening. Your reaction to all of it.
Well, there has never been a better time 6 months ago, and there's never been a worse time. We had the tightest security. You could come into our country legally, but you know what else we were stopping? Massive amounts of drugs, human traffickers, bad people, criminals. They're emptying their jails into our country. You know, other countries are emptying their jails into our country. We never had it better, and now we've never had it worse. In the history of our
148, 124.
Hey, you fucking dummies. Now I gotta save the police life now.
Can you call on the phone,
Fucking
please?
equipment is compromised. The steel is not correct. It's broken. Broken arrow, dude.
148, 124.
Hey, you fucking dummies.
I advise us of a possible accident. A vehicle in the ditch. Didn't appear anyone was around it. West and Bonfield Road.
Police.
8000 West Bonfield Road.
Your metal has been compromised. Damn it. Police, your metal has been compromised.
That 2 more, if they're returning to Bonfield Road is.
Roger. 113 on 8,000 west. Twenty-seven, 21. Get a report from the Kinky Nursery this morning on a blue Chevy van. And they advise they've had several stolen recently and they've been showing up in the Braidwood area. So it might be the one that I took this morning. 43.
We'll be back to service. 3 issued. Those 3 citations that I issued threw back out the window.
10-4. $518, $540. Good. Give you a 21.
Cancom 13 Pioneer Park, no violation.
Fair point.
Okay, can I request 16 around the bro?
Got those items for you. I'm going to be here about 10 more minutes before I can leave in the sergeant's office, whatever you like.
10-4. En route 325 to Yorkville, I appreciate it.
simple.
Yeah, I'm gonna show 65 on the return.
Return. Tom, number 34.
Or 34.
Two more taps. I set 2 more traps. I'll be clear.
10-4. Right, 1600. What's your guys' status? Returned. Leaving the hospital now. Go ahead and phone the station. 1600. Sure. In reference to the vehicle, I put the information in the call. It was involved in a 1016 earlier today. I left a voicemail for the registered owner. Business is going to hold it till 4 p.m. tomorrow. So, you can show me 10-8.
Yeah, got to fix it, I think.
Yep. Yeah, have you on scene 448 at Edgeworth?
Right, sir.
For company.
Yeah, we're cool. Five 18, Jacob. I can just turn the call. Thank you.
Summer 65.
Five 18, Jacob. Pending at 735 West Goodwin. I'm not sure if you're gonna be able to do anything with this. The female subject there, Josephina, states that she picked up a stray cat about a month ago. Apparently it scratched her in the eye now and she wants it removed. She says she's left the door open and it won't leave. When the car clears, you can head over there and talk to her. Tower.
Been a 911 call, 611 South Borden, Lorraine Williams resident, busy on call back. Sure. Yeah, I got 35 points.
Good.
From this 911 call, they confirmed all information, 1745 South Fifth. Stand by. K35. Once to your call, call advises that there should be a possible burglary in progress. Breaking into the house next door. It looks like there was some juveniles out of here. Sure.
Car 7104 temporary heavy en route to 285 White Hawk Way.
Yeah, K35, can you change your address to 625 South 40?
What do you do? Tyler?
K35, you can show units back in service. The residents, it's juveniles, they live here. They were locked out of the house and they went through the back door. Mom confirmed all the information. All right, Anderson, back to 1745 South Fifth. There's a missile, spoke to Diane Smallwood, confirmed all information. Just history of ambulance calls. Advise no need for any service.
10-4-10-8.
Good. Be around 1042 West Pomona. 1017 advises a tree limb fell. Believes he may have damage to his vehicle, but he's concerned that the tree may fall. Could you check it out, see if we can call somebody else?
10-4, I'll head over there. 21, can you get over there as well? See if there's a issue with traffic control.
Okay, now, 545, 23. 545, 10-4.
460.
Riding the usual dirt bikes up and down the sidewalk area. So,
staging with the ambulance.
7104 10-4.
10-4.
Seattle put 900 Chestnut across the public housing site.
Owner's asking if we can contact animal control, send them over, because she's been trying to get a hold of them with no answer. The call will be at her expense, she advised.
Jeff, or? Okay, count standby a second. 45, give me a call. Tax 39. 5500 east and about 2500 north. Nora 150632. Nora 150632. Red Rat 4. Over 2500 or 5500.
Take someone from Adam 6 take someone.
You guys.
That's one of the offenses. Yeah, this is one of all of them. Yeah, 35 minutes.
Yeah. Can you come, Adam 6? One's still partially hanging in the roadway for eastbound traffic. If you can call DPW. Yeah.
So fine. What's your point?
Houston Hickory.
Saw Darrell Simmons. He's on a moped off in the area of River and Harrison. 1099. Yeah, got 35 back in the lady.
Different. He's on 6 UPO.
Have animal control come out here.
Over.
$45, one by name out of Texas.
So go ahead.
Avilan, Adam Victor, Ida Lincoln, Edward Sam. First name Josefina, John, Ocean, Sam, Edward, Frank, Ida, Nora, Adam. No middle name, female date of birth, 6/25/1963, 6/25/63.
Did you say I was going to be out of Texas? Service.
Since we're taking a call from Delegates, apparently Brent Hartman has walked back in. 43 up being around. 940 also.
T-shirt, hat.
But it's all he's the hard city. Small moped. So he has a black t-shirt.
What's your point?
South Park.
Can't come in. Jeanette, they call her. Yeah, for
Go ahead.
I'm seeing a record for her out of Texas, but I'm unable to tell whether it's valid or not. She's revoked out of Illinois.
Can come over 33.
Or it'll be clear this morning. Can't come 540 on 23. Or was it an actual moped or one of those little gas-powered bicycles?
Actual moped. I think it had a top tag on it. I never got the registration of it though.
10-4. K10's the same.
On the road with that. And turn north when I turned around. Never I get to see what street you turn north on though.
Nobody. Oh shit.
10-4.
43-23.
One 4017 come.
147.
911 abandoned, 458 Regents Way, apartment 2. We got a voicemail and call back. Everybody please ride.
Robert 6, Adam 6. 25-10-19 for the intern, should be in the squad room.
I'm out with it. It's just south of 113. It's technically being Will County, but we're right on the border. Can you contact them and see if they want us to just handle it, seeing that it was our deal?
Jennifer, Shalom.
Let me verify the last word again. Absolutely.
The last four of the VIN 6707. That's the vehicle from the nursery.
Okay, count 543. According to the bartender, he's not been in since he was served his LP. We're going to try and talk to the female.
See the keys in it. Looks like it's probably still operable.
That works.
Five information. Your patient's going to be located in the doorway.
Okay, there we go. X21 is going to give the vehicle a call and see if they want to just come pick this thing up.
They sounded more than happy to let you handle it.
Thank you. I got a surprise up here.
But
Like 40, what year you guys in? Round back upstairs, about Billy Guest.
Good. Complaint 1019, called in by record. You have no further. 10-4 now.
so far.
Take on 60 to the hospital.
Jefferson.
Okay, that's 41 minutes. Go ahead. George Adam, Nora, Zebra, Edward, Robert, first name is David, A. Adams, the middle, 112961, 112961 now.
Clear valid. 10-4, can't count 543. Can you have animal control come here and grab 2 dogs from this female? To turn them over to them. For 33, can you go? 43, just for 1043, she's already en route to 735 West Goodwin.
Can 33, 10-4.
Take DJ dog gas when you're done at Goodwin. $518, can't go. All right. 1043 of a call pending criminal damage to property just occurred. Uplifted Bistro, 270 South Schuyler. Juveniles threw rocks at the building, tipped over the dumpster. About 10 juveniles. 5-minute time delay. They were last seen southbound through the alley, and they do have video footage. All right, we're about to clear here. Take that in a minute. Tower. Can't come 531 officer. 26. X26. Here, repeat last traffic. Animal control, okay, got it.
Attach me to the original call.
Any deal with gas?
The vehicle owner is en route. You can go ahead and remove it.
10-4. Count 543. I'm clear from here, attaching the up this bistro.
Tower 33 is cleared from that location. I've got one trap. I am on my way to fill gas.
That works. Brad, quick.
Please contact animal control about a something that's found in a dog, 750 South Wildwood. Animal control needs approval from you to go pick it up. Can they go pick it up?
Yeah, that's fine. Can't count. 543, I'm 23. That works.
Hang on.
Go ahead.
Go ahead and attach you to a desk report that you handled last night. Caller wants another phone call. You need some more information.
Since 17 advised there's been a tan Kia that's been sitting there for about 2 months. They'd like it checked out.
That works.
Yeah, I got 35 seconds. Is it for the abandoned vehicle?
Kingdom.
147.
There's a custody dispute, 1019. One of the parents is refusing to allow the caller's fiance to have the kids. Both parties are at the station.
Then are they in the lot or are they in the lobby?
They're in the parking lot. Hi.
Can't comment on car 7104 returning.
Car 7104, temporary returning.
Can't got more first out of the way, my will.
4047.
Good.
130.
Five 43, I'll be checking the area for the juvenile. Tower.
Okay, got 65 transfer Riverside.
That's Riverside.
Can't come 540. 540. He had this incident with the original call.
Count 54642.
Service.
X55, Tango.
Good.
Sent you a call reference DC by TX 2429 East and 1500 South. Caller by Zach's boyfriend keeps calling her, driving by her residence.
Over.
Yeah, 35, 50.
Desk report, we reference the account, bank account fraud.
If you didn't change this to disturbance, I'll be 10 with the narrative UPL on the juvenile. Attempted to call the 1017 multiple times. They keep denying the phone call. Can you call them back and advise coming from a block number?
That works. Stand by.
Yeah, there's a tan Saturn SUV, but it appears the plates and everything are valid and it's properly parked. Here's there's
Stand by.
can't got members excuse me up to 50 South level.
Stand by, everybody.
Take him. Go ahead.
He was advised that it was you that was calling her. If you want to try back.
Mark 6, Texas Control.
Good.
Yeah, go to 55 that Riverside.
55, I have you ever?
Yeah, go 5. If that's all we have, we can disregard all that. So, thank you.
J-Cup 39. X39. I spoke with 1017 on this. I'm going to be clear, but 27 is going to follow up with the homeowner when he's available and clear up the public. Network.
Your status?
That's important.
Be clear when dog secure.
K10 and 35 from Adam 6. It's not 10 6, 25, 10 19. 35 6 6.
Okay.
911 missed dial, 300 Riverside Drive. You spoke to a Kimberly Starhorn. She advised you to go to see Dr. Leahy with a pocket dial, no problem. She confirmed all the river information. There's only a history of a traffic complaint, Kinky, and an accident in Bradley.
Okay, 122.
Cover.
Okay, Mark 6, 10
Kingston 137.
Cancom X55.
X55.
I spoke with the 1017. 43 is provided on stalking, no contact orders, and orders of protection. Be sent 8.
That works. Come 540. 40. We'll be sending out more information from our report. She's gonna call us back when her things are together and she's ready for a ride. Or here, come 5. You just take 525 off the screen. You're out of service, I guess. The year's 10-4, just for 43, I got the NMC now too.
10-4-47.
Yeah, 147. Can I have one of my name and date of birth as the call though, please?
Go ahead.
His name is Story, Story. First name is Elizabeth, Elisavethh. M. Mary is the middle. 2 of 82, 020282 female.
10-4. Forty-four can come. Andrea Marquez, 1019, asking to speak with you. Correction, she's not 1019. She's asking for a 21. She said you were supposed to call her yesterday, but he hasn't heard from anybody.
Okay. Hey, 35, I had a radio malfunction. Did you have traffic? Yeah, let's see. Hey there, Jay. Have keep the peace or a standby while they check a resident. 1287 East Chestnut. 15 Derek Stevenson. Be standing by in a white pickup and a white van. Taking 525 out of service.
Five 38, 10-4.
Income 54.
X 54.
R1.
Income Edward 34 off shift.
10-4.
Five business check. Yeah, that's Speedway West.
Yeah, got Bradley Robert 15 en route.
Robert 1510 for I have you en route. 300 Riverside Drive, Suite 1000.
Starting at
first curve. Charles, or 296. Charles, 296.
First curve, Hopkinsburg.
Can't come X55. You can test me at 39 stop. I'm awesome.
But okay, the next 27, the vehicle owners on thing. Yeah, we're excited up.
Yeah, come proceed.
Go ahead.
Help me check. I'm occupied. I'll bring it.
Can't come X55. I'm 10-8. Wave off.
That works. One complete.
Perfect.
Yeah, no, 147.
147.
Clear available RLF. 100 file for documentation. Exchange without incident.
147.
Income 65 on return.
For 65.
You conduct extra patrols in the area 1000 North Skyler for speeding vehicles. Can't count 3 to 2 weeks extra patrol for that area, 1000 North Skyler.
Pepper.
Nothing for status.
Robert 15 temporarily on the scene.
That works.
Your turn.
21 temporary.
Can't come back to 27.
Hey, 27.
I'll be clear. They got the vehicle out. The supplemental and all that.
Edward, did you want me to associate today's call with the original?
If you could, please. Then I'll be en route to that other call that 39 was attached to.
Edward. Can't come 39. X39. I'll be clear written on you. Can't come. 65 back condition available. For the call, thank you.
Never.
Can't come 60 is returning.
And the return. At 15 Jordan Drive won't leave her property. Trying to get things further, but 1017 is just yelling at them.
Can't count 124 will be en route to that also.
74154.
That's Riley on the phone.
Okay.
They're gonna be checked away as well.
We should be okay for now. Hopefully it's something.
74148.
Can go next. 27, I'm gonna be.
That works.
Actually, it can't come.
Simple.
Can't come X39. This is check.
X-ray.
North 6.
That works.
Thirteen 49 East Armor Road, am I? Robert 15, being out Riverside. En route to Rivers. Traffic complaint, kids not secure in a car seat, a black Jeep. Caller advised to turn off on an
That works.
Suffer. A17 Jeep.
Yep. Five, 4, 3, out. 10, 6 feet. 10, we do it.
Sorry.
Can't come. 545.
545.
39.
X-ray.
Be clear.
144 is empty.
Now from 226.5 West Broadway is ready for her 10:59 to the doctor's office.
You going to the doctor's office or Harbor House?
Can't have 6 clear up.
Cancom 35 1060.
$45.
5:45.
How long do you think you're going to be there?
We just started looking at it now, but I've had these issues before. It doesn't take very long.
Simple. When you're done, if you can head back over that Broadway address for
Cancom 543. Henry Adamora, middle initial L. Lincoln, date of birth 8596, 8596, female.
Smith is clear valid.
Contact Chief, back to that KB Coors call. 1017 Stephen Hale would like to speak to you at 1028 South 3rd in the alley. His phone doesn't work.
For you. Screen is clear. I will have an ROF.
Income. So Paul Pearson at 655 Halfway Road. He wants 43 in regards to a party he's having tomorrow.
Car shamer.
Here's an interesting question about the words we use to describe people who do certain things in society. In this case, specifically the service.
1099 56 South
Take a
10.
listen to this.
Yeah, just wondering why
Trump and all of these people that are following him and following Q aren't considered terrorists. If it was foreigners that came with that attitude, would be locking them up. You know, it's supposed to be terrorism within the country too. As far as who it is, that shouldn't make any difference. Terrorism is terrorism.
Right.
And these guys are terrorizing this country. The Republicans, and not all of them, but those that are following Trump, and the ones following QAnon and Trump and his family. That's terrorism. We need to stop those people.
I'll be out at 15 Mary Lane for a follow-up.
Yeah, well, so listen, unless they actually commit a crime, and many of these people have not, or at least not one that we're aware of, you can't just lock people up in that sense. But I think that there's a really good point. Here,
27, check it out.
if foreigners came to the U.S. and did a bunch of the things that the seditious
So in zone 11,
rioters and Q people and pro-coup people,
Kind of like what you did in Portland.
or we're doing and saying, we would be saying,
I'm at what? That works.
I'm gonna trust Fabiano.
Don't worry, you'll probably be a sex
Oh.
slave.
therefore, go ahead.
Grade 4 F-150 28 of 250-8862, 250-8862, D-Boy truck, looks like one.
Okay, 21-7.
Shark Week, the real summer blockbuster. Stream Shark Week anytime on Discovery Plus.
Certain HPV-related cancers.
A risk I'm willing to take.
Not my child. Talk to your child's
For a
doctor today.
school bus stop arm violation. Location is
I'm
Fulton
sorry,
and Erie.
I thought that James Comey saw Clinton's dead corpse and decided to talk and decided to spill the beans on everybody. And that was sort of like some type of a deal. I'm explaining in advance because I don't want to explain after. And that there was some kind of,